Good evening. This public hearing in the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5:04 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. All right, you can mark your attendance. Okay, we have 6 members present, and Ms. Jones is running late in traffic, so we'll mark her present when she arrives. All right, we will, Ms. Holmes, we don't have any public comment for the hearing, correct? Okay, not for the hearing? All right, then, Dr. Fields, I will turn it over to you for the hearing.
Thank you so much. Board, annually, we have to do a financial integrity briefing based on the audit report that we had just received. So Ms. Davis will be going over those slides with you and then opening up for any questions that you may have directly after. She'll go through the different indicators and then repeat what the rating was for the financial integrity audit. Ms. Davis? Yes. I can get it.
So we can see you.
Monica, 505 Stephanie.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This evening, we are sharing with you our district's first rating. The Schools First is the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. It was enacted with Senate Bill 218 of the 77th Legislature, requiring the financial health of every school district in Texas to be evaluated. The primary goal of the Schools First is to achieve quality performance in the management of the school's district's financial resources. We are required to hold a public meeting to publicize the district's financial report and rating, and Schools First Accountability Rating assigns one of 4 possible financial accountability ratings to Texas school districts. A is a superior achievement, B is above standard, C is meet standard, and D is substandard achievement. Districts with a substandard achievement rating must file a corrective plan with TEA. We are very proud to share with you that Judson ISD has earned a superior achievement equal to an A for the first financial rating. The following 21 criteria were used by TEA to rate the school districts. There is actually one criteria that is not evaluated, and we'll discuss it at that time. The following are the responses to the questions used to assess the district's financial management condition. The data used to determine this rating is from the 23-24 fiscal year. I will quickly go through all of the criteria and try to be as detailed as possible without taking too much time. The first criteria asks, was the complete annual financial report and data submitted to TEA within 30 days of the November 27th or January 28th deadline? Yes, the report was approved by the Board of Trustees on December 21 of 2024, and it was received by TEA the following day. Was there an unmodified opinion in the AFR, which is the annual financial report, on the financial statements as a whole? Yes, this is a good thing. When the annual financial report is audited by our independent auditors, they issue an opinion stating that the financial statements are fairly presented and free of material misstatements. This affirmation of this process is indicated by the issuance of an unmodified opinion by the auditors, which we received. Criteria 3, was the school district in compliance with the payment terms of all debt agreements at the fiscal year end? Yes, we were in compliance. The district had no disclosures in the financial report concerning default on bonded indebtedness. Criteria 4, did the school district make timely payments to the TRS, Teacher Retirement System, Texas Workforce Commission, or IRS, or other governmental agencies? Yes, we did make timely payments. Question 5, was the net total position in the governmental activities column in the statement of net position greater than 0? Yes, the ceiling was passed for this indicator. It determines if the total net position in the governmental activities column of the statement of net position as reported in the annual financial report is greater than zero. What that really means is a positive net position indicates financial solvency and that the district has sufficient assets to cover its liabilities, which is essential for maintaining sound financial health. 6, was the average change in fund balances over 3 years less than a 25% decrease? Or did the district's current year's assigned and unassigned fund balance exceed 75 days of operational expenditures? I know this criteria has been discussed several times. If the school district were to fail this indicator, which is indicator 6, the maximum points and highest rating that the school district may receive is an 89, which would equal a B. However, in 23-24, we did pass this indicator, which measures the percentage change in fund balance to see whether the fund balance is declining too quickly. And if it is declining, whether the sufficient fund balance that remains is enough to operate for at least 75 days. The district's 3-year average change was less than 25% as required in this indicator.
Board, I just want to make sure that we're clear on this one. It's not just less than 75 days. It's whether you have gone less than 25%, decreased more than 25% for the course of 3 years. So it's two factors that
It's
indicate.
either or.
Right. either
So,
or.
for example, if we didn't meet 75 days cash on hand, did the fund balance decrease by
Less
more than 25%? If it did, then this indicator would not have been met. But it's not an F, it's an 89, which is the most that the district would be able to receive
Thank
for
you.
this indicator if it had failed.
Thank
But
you.
it passed in this rating. Was the number of days of cash on hand and current investments in the general fund for the school district sufficient to cover operating expenditures? Yes, the district received 10 points, which is the maximum number of points. 8, was the measure of current assets to current liabilities ratio for the school district sufficient to cover short-term debt? Yes, the district received 10 points, the maximum number. The district's current assets are almost 3.5 times the amount of current liabilities. 9, did the school district's general fund revenues equal or exceed expenditures? If not, was the school district's number of days of cash on hand greater than or equal to 60 days? This is also a criteria that has been discussed lately as we're talking about the CAPA. This is a 10 or 0 points criteria measure. If we have more than 60 days cash on hand, you get a 10. If you don't, you receive 0 points on this. But for this criteria, yes, the district did receive 10 points. Indicator 10 has been paused for this rating period. Indicator 11 was the ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets for the school district sufficient to support the long-term solvency of the district? Yes. This question is like asking if a person's mortgage exceeds the market value of their home. There were 6 points granted for this indicator. Indicator 12, what is the correlation between future debt requirements and the district's assessed property value? It shouldn't have said yes. This indicator asks about the school district's ability to make debt principal and interest payments. The district received 8 points. The district ratio was 5, and 8 points are granted for ratios between 4 and 7. We met the ratio criteria. Was the school district's administrative cost ratio equal to or less than the threshold ratio? This indicator measures the percentage of their budget that Texas school districts spend on administration. The district's administrative cost ratio is very low at 0.0565. The district received 10 out of 10 points, and 10 points are granted for ratios that are less than or equal to 0.0855. Criteria 14, did the school district did the school district not have a 15% decline in the students to staff ratio over 3 years? If the student enrollment did not decrease, the school district would automatically pass this indicator. Yes, if a decline in student enrollment is occurring, this indicator measures if the decline in total staff is in proportion to the declining enrollment over a 3-year period. If declining enrollment is occurring, the change in this ratio cannot exceed 15%. The district was awarded 10 points, and this is either a 10 or a 0 points criteria measure. Was the school district's ADA within the allotted range of the district's biannual pupil projection submitted to TEA? This indicator measures how well the district was able to project average daily attendance for the coming biennium for the payment purposes. Projected ADA is compared to actual. The district received 5 points, and it is a 5 or 0 point criteria, so we received the full points. Did the comparison of Public Education Information Management System, otherwise known as PIEMS data, to like information in the school district's AFR result in a total variance of less than 3% of all expenditures by function? Yes, the ceiling was passed. This indicator measures the quality of data reported to PIEMS and in the annual financial report to ensure that the data reported in each case matches up. The district's variance was less than 3%. This is a good thing. 17, did the external independent auditor report that the AFR was free of any instance of material weaknesses in internal controls over financial reporting and compliance for local, state, or federal funds, and free from substantial doubt about the school's district ability to continue as a going concern? Yes, the ceiling was passed for this indicator. The district had a clean audit with no findings of material weaknesses in internal controls. The highest rating that the school district may receive is 79 points had the criteria not been met. 18, did the external independent auditor indicate that the AFR was free of any instance of material noncompliance for grants, contracts, and laws related to local, state, or federal funds? Yes, it was passed. This indicator measures whether the district is complying with laws, rules, and regulations related to the expenditure of grant funds, contracts, and other state and federal funds. The district had no findings of material compliance in this audit. Did the school district post the required financial information on its website in accordance with government code? Yes, we did. Did the school district's administration and school board members discuss any changes and/or impact to local, state, and federal funding at a board meeting within 120 days before the district adopted its budget? Absolutely. Did the school district receive an adjusted repayment schedule for more than one fiscal year for an overallocation of the FSP or Foundation School Program funds because of financial hardship? Yes means the ceiling was passed, which is positive. We did well. Disclosures beginning with calendar year 2007, new reporting requirements are effective for the financial management report that will be available at the school's first public hearing. Our contract is found on our website. You can locate it here, and it is hyperlinked on our board book, which is a requirement of this hearing. Reimbursements received by the superintendent and board members for fiscal year 2024 are also a requirement of this hearing and are posted in this presentation, as well as reimbursements received. This is the remainder. It's the same one. Outside compensation and/or fees received by the superintendent for professional consulting and/or other personal services in fiscal year 2024 were none. Gifts received by the executive officer and board members and first-degree relatives, if any, in fiscal year 2024, none were reported. Business transactions between school district and board members for fiscal year 2024, none were reported. This concludes our public presentation for the first. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn my own microphone on. Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
What's the impact of, say, a B rating? What is that? How does that impact a district?
Usually, the first rating is used when the school district is considering more bond
Okay.
debt and
Or refinancing?
refinancing, yes. But to say that a B rating would truly have a deep negative impact,
It depends on what you're trying to do? Is that what you're saying?
yes, but I would say that it is considered when they are evaluating whether our rating for going into debt how that would affect us. But overall, I could honestly say that that's it.
Okay,
That's it.
okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, for the audience, this is a public hearing, so if there are any questions on the first report, you're welcome to step over to the microphone and ask. Do we have any questions from the audience about the first reading? Okay, seeing none, there being no further business in this public hearing, this public hearing is adjourned. And now we're going to roll right into the regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5:19 PM. I am very pleased you've taken the time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals, policies, and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in the public, not a meeting of the public. As our guests, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Let me give Russ a moment to cue us back up. Awesome, thank you, sir. All right, you can record your attendance. All right, all 7 members were present, and sorry, I forgot to mark during the reading that Ms. Jones had arrived at 5:05, but I think we saw you on camera roll in right after attendance, so thank you. All right, so little bit of patience. There are some new laws regarding public comment and board meetings, so we're still working through the logistics of the best way to do that. We had rearranged different things, so we are not going to go immediately into closed session because we allow public comment now right at the beginning of the meeting. So how we're going to try and do this tonight is we'll start the public comment period now. People have all the way till 6 PM to sign in. We're going to take a pause if we're not done with the public comment yet, because we do have recognitions and we have the pledge and the color guard will be coming. So we'll just take a little pause, make sure we do that part that we always do at 6 o'clock. And then if there are still public comment remaining, then we'll just resume our public comment at that portion. So I will take the cards that you have for now, Ms. Holmes, and then at 6 o'clock after recognitions, if there are additional ones, then we'll continue to collect them all the way up until 6 PM. Thank you. All right. So the next item on our agenda is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings, except to address their grievances through proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting, so please sign up for public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and topic of your comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to 6 PM, which is located in the rear of the meeting room. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce the time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period, which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. If you have any handouts to distribute to the board, please hand them to the Secretary of the Board of Trustees, who is seated next to the podium. With those cautions in mind, we'll now be glad to hear comments. All right. First up is Mr. Judkins, and on deck will be Dr. Thomas.
Good evening, trustees. I come before you again as your humble servant, speaking out of duty and respect for this board. On December 9th, you showed the community something important. You showed that this district is governed by the majority, not by one person. When the president brought forward agenda items to end the superintendent's employment, the majority chose a different path. You chose stability. Thank you. That decision showed where responsibility truly rests. At that meeting, I provided printed transcripts from the district's own YouTube recordings and a detailed evidence packet based on Robert's Rules of Order. In an unsolicited email sent to me Saturday, the president said that Robert's rules are only guidance, and the board policy governs this district. I accept that position. So tonight I speak only from your written policies. AE Local says the board must act as a team of 8 and must preserve public trust. BEI Local says public business must not be handled through private messages that, taken together, become discussion or decision-making outside a posted meeting. And BBC Local is clear about the duties of board officers. It requires authority to be exercised impartially and ethically without interfering with another's trustee to represent the people who elected them. BBC Local also allows the board to remove a member from office for serious failure to carry out official duties or serious carelessness in how those duties are performed, not as punishment, but to protect the board and the public trust. These are not complicated rules. These are guardrails of good governance. When leadership itself becomes part of the problem, policy does not ask for blame. Policy asks for correction. It asks the board to slow things down, step back from conflict, and act together so the district can move forward. If the majority chooses not to act, then what will come next will no longer belong to one officer. From this point forward, it belongs to the majority that allows it to continue. You have already shown you have the authority. Now the community, here and watching, wants to see how you will use it. Follow your own policies. Protect the integrity of this board. And I will say again what I said last week. Choose courage over comfort. Choose integrity over silence. Choose our children over chaos. History will not ask what one president believed. It will ask what this board allowed. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Judkins. Okay, next up is Dr. Thomas, and on deck is Jeff Newman.
Good evening. I want to focus on the decision to keep Wortham Oaks Spanish Immersion Program from a financial and sustainability standpoint. Because when you look at the numbers, Judson ISD truly cannot afford not to keep the program. The annual stipend for the 5 Spanish immersion teachers is $15,000. The district receives approximately $10,000 per student per year in funding. Recently, current immersion families were polled, and only 31.6% said they would stay at Wortham Oaks if the program is eliminated. That means nearly 70% of these families are at risk of leaving. It doesn't take many students for the math to become clear. Losing just 2 students nearly equals the cost of the entire stipend, and losing a classroom's worth of students far exceeds it. What looks like a cost-cutting measure on paper quickly becomes a net financial loss. This is why I want to respectfully point out what's been missing from this discussion is creative problem solving. There are reasonable, thoughtful options that protect both enrollment and district funding. One option is a modest annual program fee. Based on current enrollment, a fee of about $165 per student per year would fully offset stipend costs. That number would decrease over time as smaller cohorts naturally matriculate out and are replaced by larger incoming cohorts. Families who cannot afford the fee could request a scholarship, and a Spanish immersion PTO would fundraise specifically to cover those students. Immersion families already consistently excel at fundraising at Wortham Oaks. Another solution could be to start with 2 first-grade immersion classes. Then, as attrition occurs naturally, the program could consolidate to 1 class around 3rd or 4th grade. This approach maintains healthy class sizes in upper grades, reducing financial risk rather than increasing it. Finally, I want to emphasize the broader impact. These are high-performing students. Losing them would be a detriment not only academically and test scores and campus ratings, but financially through reduced enrollment-based funding. Spanish immersion is not an expense, it is a retention tool and an investment. Also, there's a reality about community perception that we need to acknowledge. Many families in this area actively avoid Judson ISD and choose charters, private schools, or other districts whenever possible. Programs like Spanish immersion are one of the ways Judson attracts and retains families who otherwise would not enroll at all. Eliminating one of the district's strongest draw programs does not improve that perception, it reinforces it. I urge the board to consider solutions that preserve enrollment, protect funding, and reflect the innovative leadership Judson ISD is capable of. The real financial risk lies not in keeping the program, but in losing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. All right, next up is Jeff Newman, and on deck is Aaron Sanchez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeff Newman. I want to be very precise about why I'm here. We have a lot of emotion, we have a lot of concepts, we have a lot of important things, but I have to talk from a financial perspective because that's where I live, that's where I breathe. All of you read my emails about my time in active duty service, how I've helped plenty of commands fix plenty of problems. But let's talk about some of the things that we could go to move forward. So language immersion programs specifically exist on the concept of educational background that is deeply researched and proven to increase all abilities of children in that dynamic. They either exceed, at a bare minimum, keep up with basic English speakers, as well as grow the overall concept of the community. Let's talk about the detriment to these students in the concepts of where they will and will not be able to do business just based on the fact of whether or not they can speak Spanish. I'm sure we've all been everywhere trying to get something done, whether it be at Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot, doesn't matter where you're at. If you're not a fluent speaker, you could run into some roadblocks. Now, as far as how things have been handled in the past, during the budget crisis of 2000, or between 1970 and 2000, there's been many boards that have dealt with this problem. It's been handled in many ways, whether it be endowment contracts, advertising, or any other concept where we could keep the program without actually losing the benefit to our students. What's more important about all this is what's been discussed many times. We are talking about losing retention of our students in our district. What does that mean? It is a negative sequence of events. When we talk about financing and investing, negative sequence of events, the stock market goes down, you pull from that stock market, and now you're even losing more. We will lose seats. When we lose seats, we will lose funding. When we lose funding, we will be right back here next year for something else on the chopping block. What I'd propose is a different strategy, a different method. Let's utilize other aspects, other concepts, and other belief systems, whether it be car washes, funding, bus ads. There's actually a district in Austin right now that they have a very striving endowment fund that they fund many gifted and talented education programs, Spanish immersion programs, and other things. So sorry for talking fast. I only have 3 minutes. I actually wanted to make you guys laugh more than anything. But for me and my family, the reason we are at Wortham Oaks at all is this program. And let me be very clear when I say the best part of the year is listening to my daughters sing in Spanish, trying to keep it together. But thank you all for your time. Please let my son also attend the Spanish immersion program.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Okay, next up, Aaron Sanchez, and you will be, Andrew Holmes is on deck.
Hola, mi nombre es Aaron. My name is Aaron. Yo estoy en el programa de inmersión en español en la escuela Wordham Oaks. I'm in the Spanish immersion program at Wordham Oaks School. Me encanta ir a la escuela todos los días. Me gusta aprender un nuevo idioma y conocer otra cultura. I love going to school every day and enjoying a new language and culture. Aprender español me hace feliz y me ayuda a aprender más. Learning Spanish makes me happy and helps me learn more. Por favor, no quiten este programa. Este programa es muy importante para mí. Please don't get rid of this program. It is very important to me. Yo quiero terminar el programa hasta quinto grado. I would like to complete the program to 5th grade. Gracias por escucharme. Thank you for listening.
Muchas gracias. Okay, next up is Andrew Holmes, and on deck is Courtney Walker.
All right, thank you guys. Can you hear me? Awesome. I got to follow the kids up. My gosh, guys. All right, thank you, Betty, for that. I wanted to speak tonight because I don't want there to be any misrepresentations out there as to why I decided to resign from my position as the elementary math curriculum coordinator here in Judson. I want to make it clear that it has nothing to do with the administration of this district. I absolutely love this administration and all of the people sitting up here in this cabinet because they've been nothing but gracious and kind, and they've allowed me to grow as a person and as a leader. And so it's been an honor to serve you guys. And thank you to Kristen Saunders, Mary Duhart-Toppin. Thank you, Milton Fields, for your support always. However, my decision is a direct result of our financial situation and the messaging from our board. And it's your job collectively as a board to make sure that we don't end up in these situations. It's your job to have the vision and the foresight to prevent us from being here. Dr. Fields 2, 3, and 4 years ago specifically said he had the vision and foresight to tell you guys not to make some of the decisions that you made. And it got us right here to where we are at a $39 million deficit. And now we're messaging from the board that we're heavy here in the district office. We don't need curriculum coordinators. We're heavy in coordinators. We have to be very specific about the things that we're saying up here on this board because you're impacting the morale of our school district and we're bleeding talent. I'm finding out even today as I'm announcing my resignation about other members that I absolutely love here that have resigned as well. We are bleeding talent. When you guys go behind closed doors, that's where you duke it out. We don't duke it out on Facebook. We don't duke it out in the media. We have members of the media here tonight waiting for something to happen. We have people watching at home for you guys to make a spectacle out of our district, and it has to stop. We're losing so many talented people, and they're not lined up to come back. And so I just wanted to be heard because if I don't tell my reason for leaving, people will make up their own reasons. And you guys have to do a better job, and you've got to have the vision and foresight to know that the decisions you're making are impacting the people at this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Next up is Courtney Walker, and on deck is Pamela Pingo.
Good evening. On Monday, when I addressed the board, I focused on the preservation of and continued support for the Spanish immersion program at Wortham Oaks Elementary. Tonight, while I am still passionately encouraging the continuation of this program, I would like to broaden the scope to ensure that the board is not simply placing a Band-Aid on a much larger problem that will not be solved by decreasing or dismantling enrichment programs, including not only the Spanish immersion program, but also those found across the district. Because these cuts are being proposed due to the financial predicament we are in, I respectfully urge the board to prioritize protecting student-facing programs as budget decisions are made tonight. Enrichment programs play a critical role in student engagement, academic growth, and overall well-being. For many students, these programs are what make school meaningful, motivating, and accessible beyond core instruction. Ending enrichment programs sends the message that these opportunities are optional, when in reality they are essential, especially for students who may not have access to these experiences outside of school. When these programs are cut, it is the students who immediately and directly feel that loss. As a parent of 3 elementary-age students, I am asking you to be mindful with your budget decisions tonight to ensure that the burden is not placed on our children. The focus of reductions needs to be exclusively made in non-student-facing areas, such as administrative structures and efficiencies, operational costs, selling unused land or buildings in non-growing areas, or expenditures that do not directly impact students' learning experience, rather than in the programs that directly support student growth, engagement, and well-being. While several suggestions included in tonight's proposal are non-student facing, it is crucial that all possible avenues are exhausted before even considering the elimination of enrichment programs that directly affect students. Because once enrichment opportunities are taken away, they are incredibly difficult and sometimes impossible to fully restore, and the impact on students can last far longer than the budget challenge itself. Tonight's vote is not just about the numbers on a page. It is about what kind of district Judson ISD chooses to be when times are hard. It is also an opportunity to prove your commitment to these students through action, not just words. I urge you to protect enrichment programs and ensure that budget decisions do not disproportionately harm the very students this district exists to serve. Thank you for your time and careful considerations for the students that you represent.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. All right, next up is Pamela Pingel, and on deck is Monica, I'm not going to say, Bayetti? Okay, Monica Bayetti. Thank you for the assist. All right, Ms. Pingel, you're up.
Good evening. My name is Pamela. My husband and I have 4 children, ages 1 month to 6 years old. When we moved to Wortham Oaks 5 years ago, a big factor in our decision to move here was a Spanish immersion program. And our oldest is currently in kindergarten right now, and we hope that he can earn his place in the immersion program for next year. When I came to the U.S. from Puerto Rico, I didn't speak any English whatsoever. I am really a product of immersion into a new language. I moved to New Jersey, where Spanish is not a language. So I have really experienced firsthand the benefits of this type of learning. And being bilingual has opened many doors for me, both in my career and in my education. It has really allowed me to serve the community here in San Antonio, where many families come from backgrounds just like mine. The Spanish language has been built into the culture of this city, of this wonderful city. Anywhere you go, you're going to find people who speak Spanish, and many people who don't speak any English. The best way for us to continue this legacy is to teach our children everything that makes this city and this culture so special. And I believe that all of us here in this room have a responsibility to the children in this community to keep this legacy going and to teach them this legacy. While I speak Spanish to my children as much as possible, everyone around them speaks in English. With my family being far away, I'm the only person who exposes them to my native language. Our oldest son has actually decided that he doesn't want to speak Spanish because none of his friends do. And that just hurts as his mom. My husband and I hope that the immersion program helps us build a village around our children that encourages them and supports them to learning to speak in Spanish. But they need that village. Many families are in a position like ours where the Spanish language is a big part of our culture and a big part of our lives. And this is the best opportunity our children have to have the necessary exposure to learn about their own culture. I know that you have a hard decision to make, and I'm here to ask that you consider our family and families like ours when deciding how to proceed with this vote tonight. The families of the students who are hoping to earn a spot in this program have worked very hard to ensure that our children are ready to face the challenges that immersion can bring. And we are very much willing to support the school in any way that we can to continue this program moving forward. So please, I'm asking you to be a part of our village tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next up is Monica Bayetti, you told me?
Yes, ma'am.
Bayetti,
Yes, ma'am.
and on deck is Marilyn McKinney.
Good evening. My morale has been impacted by the community's decision to vote down the proposed nickel tax increase. As an educator, I deeply value community support, and I've even contemplated relocating to a state where education is prioritized. While I have explored other opportunities, I do remain committed to finding creative solutions that could strengthen the district's financial position and support our teachers. One option I strongly believe in is implementing a solar energy program. Solar could significantly reduce operating costs, generate revenue through buyback programs, and allow us to redirect savings towards teacher compensation and student programs. Additionally, I've noticed discussions around a 4-day school week. If this does become a reality, I wonder what plans exist for families needing childcare on Fridays. One innovative approach could be to repurpose closed campuses as daycares, providing affordable childcare for our community. This could also serve as a pipeline for future educators, starting as childcare workers and progressing into teaching roles. I recently attended a fascinating presentation by the Charles Butt Foundation, which discussed a pilot program using closed schools as daycares. I believe the district could explore a partnership with them to make this vision a reality. Finally, I see an opportunity to expand vocational pathways by partnering with local industry leaders such as Toyota, designing a curriculum tailored to their current workforce needs could create a strong career pipeline for our students, strengthen community ties, and attract additional funding or sponsorships. This approach would prepare students for high-demand jobs while showcasing the district's commitment to innovative education. I know you guys have a lot of hard decisions. I wanted to try to bring some solutions to the table. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Marilyn McKinney. And Ms. Holmes, I could use a few more cards if you have a few more in your stack, because this is the last one I have right now. We got a little bit more time till 6 o'clock. So if you could give us a moment, Ms. McKinney. Thank you, ma'am. And we'll continue to collect these until 6 p.m. All right, Ms. McKinney, you are up.
I've observed the turmoil in the district for the last year or so, and I think in part it would have been avoided if there was a better understanding that there was rhyme or reason as to how layoffs occur. First of all, obviously the at-will employees, DOI people, probationary contracts, we've been here before, they're the first to go. But then we get into the messy area of who's next. If you had kind of a general, and I do know you do have things for program reductions or RIFs, which you don't want to use if you don't declare a financial exigency, in place, they don't really seem to cover the current situation. So I might suggest the following. Last in, first out. That's kind of an industry standard, and most people consider it reasonably fair. I would exclude the CFO. We do need one of those. But it would also have allayed a lot of the concerns of, am I going to have a job? It would take the politics out of it. It would take nepotism out of it. It would take cronyism out of it. It would avoid the appearance of, oh, that position filed a grievance. Let's get rid of that position that you don't really want. The next concern I have is the update to DGBA local. The beginning part of with whom to file is rather fuzzy. I don't find it a good situation to have an employee, a teacher, being required to file a grievance against his or her supervisor with his or her supervisor. Filing grievances for most employees is a very scary thing. And so I would like you to see you insert into that the beginning of that policy that the option to file it at the district office is still there. And finally, as I was sitting here, I had a thought. You know, this district has investments, and you need money. Maybe you ought to cash in one of those investments or two. It's money, and that's what you need. Merry Christmas, and thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Okay, next up is Ariana Hernandez, and on deck will be Jenny Blossom White.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am here as a parent today to address an ongoing and serious issue of bullying that my child has experienced. Bullying is not just teasing or a conflict between students. It is a repetitive behavior that causes emotional, physical, and psychologically harmful. When it's unaddressed, it affects the ability to feel safe, to learn, and succeed in school. Up to today, my child still doesn't feel safe going to school. He has not been able to smile. My child has endured bullying for a long period of time, including name-calling, exclusion, and physical intimidation. This has caused anxiety, fear to attend school, and emotional distress. No child should feel unsafe in a place where they're supposed to be protected and learn. Bullying creates an imbalance of power, and when adults are not intervening appropriate, that imbalance grows. I just ask you guys tonight, I would like for you guys to have accountability, transparency, and consistency enforcing of an anti-bully policy. That's all I wanted to say, and thank you for your time, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday, and I pray that it will get better for the next school year.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Okay, next up is Jenny Blossom White, and on deck is Joe Powers. Ms. Blossom, do you want me to shuffle you farther? I can if you want.
No. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm gonna probably need more.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry.
I'll hang out right here.
Okay. Can Laura stand by me too?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yep.
Okay. I'm not nervous to speak. I'm just scared for the outcome. It's been 6 years of this. Good evening, board members. I'm here tonight because transparency and accountability are not optional in public education. They are essential to trust. When parents bring forward serious concerns about failures within a school district, the response should never be to minimize, redirect, or quietly close the issue or silence a parent. It should be to investigate thoroughly, document accurately, and communicate honestly. Anything less undermines confidence, not just in one decision, but in the entire system. Parents rely on school districts to maintain complete and accurate records, to follow established procedures, and to respond in good faith when concerns are raised. When documentation is incomplete, inconsistent, or withheld, it creates confusion and raises questions that should not exist in a public institution. This is not about blame, it's about integrity. Transparent handling of health and safety concerns is also critical to preventing future harm and ensuring lessons are learned and strengthening safeguards for all students. Transparency means parents should not have to fight to understand what happened, what was reviewed, or how conclusions were reached. Accountability means acknowledging when mistakes occur and taking meaningful steps to correct them. Not just resolving a single complaint, but addressing the underlying process failures so they don't happen again. I'm asking the board to reaffirm its commitment to transparency, to ensure that records are handled properly, that investigations are conducted fully,
and that parents are treated as partners, not obstacles or silenced in protecting their students. Public trust is built through accountability. I hope this board will choose to strengthen that trust. Thank you for your time. Merry Christmas. Sorry. You did good.
Thank you, Ms. Blossom White. Okay, next up is Joe Powers, and on deck is Laura Wickwire.
Good evening. I wanted to talk about what I witnessed last week at the Growth and Planning Committee. First of all, thank you to Mr. Brooks, Ms. Davis, everyone else who was involved in what was a very thorough, detailed presentation on what is absolutely going to be a very hard decision, not only for the committee members, but for the cabinet and for the board as well. I felt very confident as I was watching the presentation. I felt like, the committee was a good thing. This was making the best of a bad situation. And then I extremely immediately experienced a lot of concern whenever voting started. So whenever voting began at that committee to nominate 5 elementary and 2 middle school for further consideration, I witnessed committee members, some of them, not all of them, leave their papers with all of the information and the data on it, walk straight up to the names of schools that had been revealed, and immediately just start voting. No referencing the data, no checking even to make sure that the school number in the data presentation matched the school name that they were voting for. It was very clear that there were some committee members that just had a school in mind. They went and voted. I witnessed people put more than one vote on the same school. I really appreciate that as soon as I made the cabinet aware, they shut that down. However, I, as a committee member myself of a different committee, I want the board to trust the committee's decisions in this district. However, in order for me to feel comfortable with that, I need the next Growth and Planning Committee. Like anytime that voting is happening like that, it has to be in a more streamlined, regimented way where you're keeping track of individual committee members' votes, and hopefully there is some discussion about rationale as votes are being cast. So that was kind of my 2 cents on that. Secondly, I'm not here to advocate for any position. I'm not here to talk about librarians for once. I'm not advocating for any programs or any schools because you guys have a ton of information, a ton of other people that are speaking. You have probably the hardest decision of your careers that is about to happen. And all I ask is that as you go through and you make your votes, that the votes that you make are, 1, made with students' best interests at heart, and 2, that those votes stand. It was disheartening as a community member and as an educator to see votes reversed in the past year. So once you make a decision, I'm asking that you stick with it because people are going to speak out. There's a lot of emotions involved in this. It's natural. I'm very emotional about it, but I'm choosing not to advocate for certain reasons. So once you make a vote, please make that be the final decision. Don't put it on an agenda item for the next board meeting and ask to, recall that vote, rescind that vote. Just make a decision that you feel is best for students and stick with it. That way there's no back and forth and people can just make decisions for their own lives based on the decisions that you guys make. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. Okay, Laura Wickwire's up next, and after Ms. Wickwire, we're going to take that pause at 6 p.m., and we're going to do the invocation, the pledge, the recognitions, and then we'll get all the rest of the cards, and then we'll resume public comment after that. So you're the last one for this session, and then we'll restart. Go ahead, Ms. Wickwire.
What I'm about to say is not easy to say, nor is it easy to hear. So I'm going to start by wishing everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays. I stand before you tonight because my conscience won't allow me to do otherwise. Tonight, the board is planning to approve minutes from last month's meetings that should contain documentation of a board member's misconduct. One of those meeting minutes was not attached to this agenda, even though it was listed. Do these minutes document the misconduct that occurred? Probably not. Why? Lack of accountability. Last month, right before a board vote, one trustee entered another trustee's personal space to tell her how to vote. that happened in front of a witness during a live stream meeting. This trustee also routinely blocks community members on a social media account used to conduct district business. They spoke to reporters as if they were speaking on behalf of the board and made certain decisions sound like they had already been decided. Then, this trustee who seems to need it the most skipped the Team of 7 good governance training. Why has all of this been allowed? Lack of accountability. And this does not stop at the board level. When adults in leadership fail to address clear misconduct, this sends a troubling message district-wide. What is that message? There is a lack of accountability. Parents see this same issue in district processes. Now, the district only wants to give grieving families 30 days to file their grievances when lawmakers recommend 60 days, and in some instances, 90 days. 30 days is not enough time for working families to understand the scope of a problem or navigate a complex system during an already painful moment. Why is the district afraid to follow the TEA's recommendation for grievance timelines? Lack of accountability. And I also have to ask this. Why is it not considered a conflict of interest for the same law firm to represent the district and the board whose role it is to oversee the district? Lack of accountability. I've patiently waited to see how this would be handled. I'm disappointed, but sadly not surprised, that the conflict among board members appears to be making governance nearly impossible. I don't see how hard decisions can be made in an environment where rules are not enforced. The district is facing a serious financial crisis, and many important decisions should have already been made. Why haven't they? Lack of accountability. Leadership requires accountability. Without it, trust erodes. How can we trust this board to lead the district through a crisis without accountability?
Thank you, Ms. Wickwire. Okay, we are going to take a quick pause here from the public comment. And Dr. Fields, we have an invocation tonight. Who's doing that?
Mr. Brooks.
Okay, all right.
If we could all please stand. Mr. Brooks.
In the name of Jesus, we thank you for this time that we've come together as a board for a very important meeting tonight as we make decisions that affect a lot of people across the board. And so we're asking you to give us wisdom, give us guidance as we make those decisions, help us to be unified in our decisions, help us to be collaborative. But as it's been spoken tonight, help us to keep our children in mind, the students of this district in mind, as we do the business of this district. Lead us and guide us. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors presented by the Judson High School Army JROTC. Tonight's color guard is commanded by U.S. Guard Cadet Major Pearl Lucio, U.S. Flag Cadet Colonel Eric Valdivia Kaler, Texas Flag Cadet Chief Master Sergeant Ruben Pacheco, Texas Guard Cadet Major Brian Salgado. The faculty instructor this evening for Judson High School JROTC is Lieutenant Colonel Mark Hyatt. This evening, our pledge leader is Liana Ruiz. Liana is a third grade student at Elof STEAM Academy. She is a caring and hardworking student. She has kept an A average throughout her academic career, including all of last year. In her free time, Liana enjoys riding her bike on San Antonio trails, reading interesting books, and playing Minecraft. Her dream is to become a heart surgeon so she can help others in the future. Thank you for leading us in the pledges, Liana.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Today, sorry.
Muscle memory.
You may be seated. Please help me give Liana a big round of applause for leading us in the pledges. Great job, Liana. Thank you so much. And if we can get our Judson High School JROTC color guard back in here, please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Great job.
That was from last.
We have a couple of recognitions this evening. I know that you have noticed these beautiful pieces of artwork up here on display. This is artwork from the students who won the Christmas card contest for Judson ISD. So tonight we honor those talented winners. From elementary school, we have Emily Martinez, 4th grader at Hopkins Elementary, and her teacher is Keena Weston. We also have Alexandria Barbosa from 8th grade at Judson Middle School. Her teacher is Melissa Elsner. And our high school winner, Nadia Gottschalk, 12th grade at Veterans Memorial High School. Her teacher is Caitlin Gutierrez. There were so many Christmas card submissions for judges to choose from. I was one of the judges, and it was very, very hard to select a winner. These winners shine through their artwork, and it is a true testament to the dedication and creativity thriving within our schools. The artwork will be shared with our community and across neighboring districts in our area, and it is with great pleasure that we introduce our winners to you. Thank you so much for your participation, for the teachers, and also Mr. Witt for organizing this contest. Great job. Our next recognition comes to recognize our purchasing department. Come on in. The Texas Association of School Business Officials recognizes our very own purchasing department, which includes our warehouse and mailroom teams. We are extremely proud to announce that Judson ISD has been awarded the TASBO Award of Merit for Purchasing Operations for 2026. This prestigious recognition highlights the outstanding work of our employees in the purchasing department, warehouse, and the mailroom teams. The Award of Merit honors Texas school districts, open enrollment charter schools, and education service centers that demonstrate a strong commitment to professional standards in acquisition of goods and services. Judson ISD's application was thoroughly reviewed by a team of purchasing professionals and was found to meet and exceed all program requirements. The official awards presentation will take place during a special reception at the TASBO Annual Conference in February. Congratulations to our dedicated team for their excellence and commitment to best practices. Thank you so much. This concludes our recognitions. No, we don't have any more. Oh, just one? No, just picking that, yeah. What are we doing next?
All right, that was a wonderful little intermission, and now we will return back to our public comment. So next up is Philip Johnson, and on deck is Mr. Willis.
Good evening, Dr. Fields, board and administrators. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here again. I was here last year, addressed you guys twice, as did my son, in support of the Wortham Oaks Spanish Immersion Program. That's what I'm here for again tonight. Surprise, surprise. I understand that this Spanish Immersion Program is not a free program, and that resources are extremely limited after the VATRA did not pass in spite of mine and my family's votes. I would like to point out that my son, he's in his 5th and final year at Wortham Oaks, so whether that program continues there is not going to personally affect him. However, I do think that it is a program that's worth saving, not only for the family members here who have children that are currently reaping the benefits from the Spanish Immersion Program or are in line to do that in the future. My son has done a remarkable job in his time at Wortham Oaks, and most of that is on him and the character and work ethic that he exhibits. But he was also helped along the way by the amazing educators at Wortham Oaks, current and former. And I'd like to make a special shout out to Ms. Freeman, who is the one of the Spanish Immersion administrators and was a former teacher there as well. While my son will no longer be a Wildcat, and I do think that Judson ISD as a whole should save this crown jewel program at Wortham Oaks and maybe even expand it to other schools as well. It's my assessment that the Spanish Immersion students are, as a whole, the shiniest of rising stars at Judson, and they will be your future leaders in the school district and in the community as a whole. Last year, Judson was in a major budget turmoil, and Spanish Immersion was slated to, at one point, close, at one point move to Selma Elementary School. And then you guys thankfully made the decision to allow it to continue as long as the enrollment started to increase, which when we got that new guidance from y'all, we adjusted fires and have successfully caused that enrollment to go up. People much smarter than myself and with better data may be able to quantify why it will be better to cut Spanish immersion now, but I believe a qualitative assessment is more important right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Okay, next up is Mr. Willis, and will be followed by Josh Lyle.
Well, good evening, board members, and happy holidays to all of you. Just want to remind you guys, you're well aware tough times are coming, tough votes. You're going to hear tough comments from your constituents, both pro and against. But you've got to keep your eye on the prize here. This is people's lives we're dealing with, both the students and the people that do the job of teaching those students. You got to make a lot of decisions between now and the next few months. We can't wait and be adopting budgets in June. We can't decide what the pay plan is going to be for teachers after we've signed contracts. The time is now. And as you're going through, and I hear a lot of heartfelt reasons and wonderful reasons to keep many, many programs open and what we'll lose from it, unfortunately, we have to be thinking one way. And that way is the greatest good for the greatest number. Now, I don't put it upon me. We put it upon you to determine what is the greatest good for the greatest number here. But we've got to make every dollar work to serve as many students as we possibly can. And I hope you'll keep that in mind. If you vote against something that is on our capital plan that the administration's put out, then you need to immediately have something that matches that same amount of savings before you can vote against it. Remember, it's not just the worthiness of the plan, but it's also how much it costs. And if we were going to keep it, then where are we going to cut that money elsewhere? And I hope that you'll keep that in mind as we go through these hard times. And for my remainder thing, I'm going to give everybody a little bit of candy to be something nice. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. All right, and I'm going to give Mr. Willis, only because he comes to every board meeting, I'm going to allow him to drop off his treats. We normally keep people back, but it's the holidays.
I can vouch for them. They're good. He brought us some last week.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Happy holidays. Okay. Thank you for that warning. I figure it out. Oh, they're the peanut butter balls. Oh, sorry.
How long did it take you to make all these? How long did it take you to make all these?
What, by the time I gave to the entire math team,
Yeah.
all of these, and the other
Yeah.
400 plus of these.
Okay, gentlemen, you ready?
Yeah, you know what? Sure.
I love both of you guys.
I got 35
All right,
seconds.
thank you, Mr. Willis, for all of our gifts. And Mr. Lyle, the floor is now yours.
All right, so I'm not here to demean anybody, disrespect anybody. That happens too often. That's not what I'm here for. But I am here to talk about some measures of respect. Teachers right now aren't feeling it. People in the schools. You know, we talk about equity up here. Talk about equity about taking our grandfathered stipends that we've earned for being here for a while and being loyal to the district. We talk about, we've been called prima donnas up here. We have canned curriculum that implies that we can't do our jobs, at least in math. Our administrators make about $8,000 less than the state average pay. And we're short administrators, which puts extra burden on them and puts extra burden on our academic trainers who work like dogs to help us out. They're basically our duct tape. And we've seen them get disrespected up here a little bit. It's not fair. We deserve a little better than that. And last week, I know a district official told other educators that they wouldn't put their kids in Judson ISD because all their teachers do is sit behind a desk and not teach. I was at Rolling Meadows last night till 7 o'clock last night. Teachers that have been there since 6 a.m. were up there giving kids holiday cheer until 7 p.m. last night. My wife works at Wagner. She runs NHS. We got your blanket, Miss Lee. She works on this stuff late at night while we're dealing with our kids. We're disrespecting her when we say that. Mr. Willis and Miss Thompson are here every meeting. They're not getting paid to be here. I'm working on my PhD. I'm there from 7:30 to 5:30. Half our department are coaches. We're getting disrespected by this also. We're here to uplift people, uplift teachers, or uplift students. If we're doing this bad of a job, why is there not more effort put into training us? The last time we had a professional development session, you know what secondary teachers had the option of doing? Copyright training or smartboard training for a TV I don't have. That doesn't sound like it's a real issue to me. But still, that's the perception that's put out there by the district sometimes. And teachers see it, like we know what's happening. Like we weren't in this meeting, but we know what happened because teachers hear things. And when that perception's out there, like the number one thing that keeps teachers in a school district, and I can give you studies if you need it, culture. And if we feel this disrespected, like you guys need us to pull through these dark times. And when we feel this way, it makes it really difficult to do. And we all need to be on the same page if we're gonna go through this, because we're all here to help kids. But when we constantly see these levels of disrespect and we know them and we feel it, because if that's what's said publicly, what's said behind our backs? It's difficult to do the jobs to the best of our ability. And that's all. Hope you guys have a great Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Okay, we're going to hold our closed session to the end since we are later in the day. And let's go on to the superintendent report. All right, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. I would ask first that we start off with the construction report and a brief analysis of how the Growth and Planning Committee is going. Mr. Brooks.
Yes, sir. So we heard about the Growth and Planning meeting, and I would add to what was said that once we were notified about the discrepancies during the meeting, we immediately put out a Google survey that allowed everyone to choose. As we went through the elementary schools, we made sure that each person needed to choose 5 different middle schools, and then also 5 different elementary schools and 2 different middle schools. As we have been accumulating those results, everything is going the way we want it to go as far as the results coming in and how people are supposed to vote, so that it can be fair, it can be equitable, and then we'll also share those results with the committee when we come back on, I think this next scheduled meeting is January the 12th. We will make sure that we share with the committee the results of the survey and what schools rose to the top as far as recommendations for consolidation. So that's what we've done to kind of alleviate the issue that we did have.
Any questions on construction bond? Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
So, Mr. Brooks, when you sent out the survey, did it have the schools named?
No, ma'am, it did not. We sent the data.
Just by numbers?
By number. And so we had them vote the way they did, the way they were supposed to vote it at the committee meeting. They voted via Google survey with just the numbers that represented the campuses, and they had the data for that corresponded with those numbers.
And do you feel that they didn't know who the numbers were once they were revealed at the end of the Growth and Planning Committee? So the names were revealed. I guess that was a mistake? Or?
It was an error. It was an error. I own that. It was an error that when we put it up, it was supposed to have the numbers there.
Right.
And so what happened as it was discussed. And so to come back to fix that, we created the Google survey, put the data back out for them to vote. And then we also sent it to all committee members. Some of the committee members were not there at the meeting, but with the data that we shared, with just the numbers as an ID for the campuses and a ranking form, we feel that people would be able to look at the data and rank it the way that it needed to be ranked. And I can tell you that as we've looked at the results and what we are seeing as the campuses that are coming coming in as the top 5 and the top 2, I'm confident in the results that we're getting. So I don't feel that anyone has done anything nefarious as it relates to the Google survey.
But you feel confident that
I do.
the recipients, the people taking the survey, don't know who the schools are?
I won't say that. I won't say that because there were people taking pictures, and so I'm not going to say that. But again, because of how we structured the survey, they had to rank the schools the appropriate way, and they had to select 5 different schools. They were not able to, vote for one school more than once. So they had to choose five different schools for elementary and 2 different schools for middle school. If they tried to select on the same school, it wouldn't allow them.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mrs. Lee?
Oh, it was answered.
What?
It was answered.
Oh, it was already answered? Okay. Any other question? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Mr. Brooks, was there an option to identify 0? I know when you put the selection out there, was there an option to not pick any of them?
No.
Okay,
No,
so
sir.
it was either you pick 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Right. You could not submit your
But
survey without picking 5 elementary schools and 2 middle schools.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on that one? All right, we'll let you continue, Dr. Fields. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Next up is intruder detection audits, and we can talk about that a little bit in closed session. The staffing and vacancy report, we stand ready to answer any questions you may have on that.
Any questions on those from the board? The staffing audit, or the staffing and vacancy report. Okay, nope. All
Thank
right,
you
keep
so
rolling.
much. DOI exemptions related, I'd ask that Ms. Taganoff go over some of the recommended DOI exemptions. We're going to vote on 126 later on, and there's quite a few things in there that were adopted in the last state legislature. And in terms of the grievance policy, and we heard from Ms. Wickwire earlier, there's some areas that we want to address, and they went over that in the district site base, which stands as our DOI committee. So Dr. Taganoff, if you could cover that, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fields. Like it was stated, the last legislative session created a lot of new laws that school districts have to abide by. Grievance policies is one of them. There are a lot of additions, as you have seen in Update 126. I think previous to this meeting, I had sent out like a side-by-side of the key differences between what we currently have in policy and what is being put forth with these new laws. So we also have the option as a district to exempt ourselves from certain provisions of the Texas Education Code through our DOI committee, and our DOI committee is the district site-based committee. And so we met with them to talk a little bit about the new grievance procedures. We gave them a side-by-side also the key differences, although there are lots of details in those policies that we need to provide a lot of training on with our staff and such. So the committee discussed about 6 major subsections that we are requesting either to exclude from the policies when we adopt them or to amend them. And so you have the documents with you, but I'll quickly go over the 6 that we had discussed. The first one is related to the statutory authority to delegate a board committee with at least 3 members and give them the authority to hear and decide grievances. And if those grievances were appealed to the commissioner, then the decision of just the committee would be considered the decision of the Board of Trustees. When we discussed this in our site-based meeting, the recommendation was to opt out of this section. Some of that discussion was surrounded by that the best decisions are made with input and feedback from all board members and not just a minimum of 3. The next one we talked about was complaints that are filed with the wrong administrator. So the new law says that if grievances are filed with the wrong administrator, we would route the grievance to the correct administrator, but keep the original filing date for timeline purposes. So the committee recommendation for this is to amend the section to ensure that the complaint can still be heard within a reasonable time, but also addresses if the routing error was really truly a mistake. An employee, a parent, a community member didn't know who to file it with, and it just sat there. Nobody knew that it was there. And so once it got into the hands of the correct administrator, we wanted to give, the committee discussed giving at least one extra day to be able to hear that grievance. And so the recommendation would be to route grievances filed with the wrong administrator to the correct one and keep the original filing date plus 1 day for timeline purposes versus just sticking with the original timeline or the original filing date. The next one that was in discussion, currently in our policy, the filing deadlines for parents is 20 days. The new law extends this to 60 days, or if the parent attempted an informal resolution, the deadline would be extended to 90 days or 30 days from the date they were provided information about how to file a grievance. The committee discussed this, kind of went back and forth, and suggested 30 business days to file, even if the parent attempted informal resolution, because informal resolution is encouraged and can occur during any part of the process.
If we could stay there for a minute, I know Dr. Gosh wanted to speak on, oftentimes when people come in to file a grievance, there may be video associated with it that we can pull, but that goes till when, Dr. Gosh?
So any of our video surveillance, we maintain those records for up to 30 days. So if you get to day 31 before it's requested on that, we would not be able to pull that back. We would not have a record of that after that 30-day time frame.
But with the 30-day time window, then we could recover the video if there was video associated with an incident prior to it expiring. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And so along those lines, some of the other things that were discussed is the accuracy of information, the access to individuals that may have been involved, securing any necessary information surrounding the issue, what could be compromised if it was extended to 60 and then 90 days. And then it can ensure the preservation of evidence, just like Dr. Gosh said, about certain videos being archived. And so the recommendation is that the deadline for parents to file a grievance is extended to 30 business days. The next one is about untimely grievances. This particular section requires that a decision has to be made based on the merits of the complaint, notwithstanding procedural errors or type of relief requested. It would require a preliminary hearing to create a record of the complaint. So what this means is that there are filing deadlines, right? So you have like 10, 15, or 20 days to file the complaint. And sometimes if the complaint misses that deadline by a lot of days, we can dismiss the complaint as untimely. And so what this particular section does is it means that the complaint could still be considered if it was filed out of the timeline, and we would still need to treat it the same, like a regular grievance. So what was discussed in the meeting is that since the timelines are already extended specifically for parents, there's still ample opportunity to consider a complaint through the formal process. If there is merit to the complaint, administrators should still investigate and try to find resolution to the problem, and that is something that we encourage when we see grievances come in like that. The next one is about when to schedule a grievance. Currently, hearings have to be scheduled within 10 business days of filing. The new laws say that initial hearings must be held within 10 calendar days of filing. So if we go by the 10 calendar days, then that could mean that grievance, employees of the district could hear those on a weekend or a holiday or something like that, and it kind of limits the time we're able to do that. So we would recommend, and the committee recommendation is that initial hearings be held within 10 business days.
Today would be a good example of that, or tomorrow. If someone were to file a grievance 10 calendar days, we would have to come in over the holiday break and maybe on a Sunday and hear it if you had to get that done. But if you do business days, then while we're open, we can get that done.
And the last one that was discussed is, has to do with hearings at level 3. So the new laws state that if a grievant requests it, the board must conduct a hearing in open session if the grievance is against a district employee. The discussion that the committee had, they wanted to abide by previous policy to protect the privacy and possible false claims against either person. And so the recommendation would be to fall back to our current policy that says the district shall determine whether the complaint will be presented in open or closed meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act and other applicable law. So those were the major ones that we discussed and are recommending to either opt out or amend when you consider adopting the updates to 126.
Any questions?
Okay, questions from the board? I'll look down this way. Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Comments on some of these, because I have mixed feelings about, so like the first one, I would be in favor of having as many board members present in a hearing as possible. I think that gives the grievant the benefit of many points of view. So what I'm wondering is, can we mix and match this? Is it either we vote against the whole thing or accept the whole thing? Can we amend certain ones?
The DOI plan allows us to either opt out of certain sections of the law, or we can amend it. So like the recommendation was to opt out of the section, but we also have other things where we've amended what the actual thing says, so.
Each one stands on its own merit.
Stands on its own. Okay, because I'd be.
Well, you're on number 1. Can I throw in something on
Sure.
number 1 while you're on that one too?
Yeah.
So that doesn't automatically create a grievance committee. It only gives the option. We would, if it stays in there, the board would still have to approve delegating it to a grievance committee.
For each one?
So.
For each?
No, just to create a grievance committee for our district. This provision allows us to create a committee, but it doesn't automatically force us to have a committee.
That's
So
correct.
whether this is in here or not.
It wouldn't automatically mean that a committee would hear a level 3 grievance. But it does give the board to convene a board committee
If we
with
want.
at least 3 members to hear level 3
And
grievances.
on each separate grievance or across the board?
It would be each grievance that comes into play.
So each individual grievance could have a committee assigned. Why would we do that, though?
Okay, that's what I'm saying, is it allows it in there. I mean, I guess imagine some big districts with like Northside, I guess, right? Like Northside, imagine how many grievances, I don't know how many they get, so sorry, Northside, if you don't get any. But like huge districts, like maybe they rotate them around, so I guess maybe if I was in Dallas or Houston, I could see where they can't get everybody together all the time if they have a lot. But no, I agree with you, Laura, that I can't see this board sending stuff down to a committee anyway, so.
Yeah.
We like to all be together. Go ahead, Ms. Canoyer, something else on number 1?
Yes, on number 1. We often have times getting a quorum, so getting a committee together, so I want all the options for every member to be able to be there. So I'm okay with doing this because it doesn't make sense to have this in policy if we're not going to use it.
Well, you just brought up an interesting point. What if, because the timelines are so tight on stuff, what if we can get a quorum and we're within a timeline and we can only get 3, it at least would give us the option if there's no other way.
I think
we would
we've
do
been
that,
able
but-
to get quorums. I think what I've seen in the past is that all of us want to be here because we want to hear concerns from and we want to be able to figure out how do we make things better? How does this affect what we're doing? So I don't think that that's the issue, but if we send it to a committee, then does the committee, I mean, is it a standing committee that's always the same one? Is it, it's just more than I want to mess with.
No, I agree. I don't think anybody would like
And
that.
in
Plus, we
order
get
to
dates. We
schedule
get-
the level 3s, they have to be scheduled no later than the 60th calendar day. So there's a lot of time to kind
Yeah.
of discuss whether or not the date.
And the
that you
board
all
is
would lay
given
out.
several date options. And we
Typically,
do
yes.
all really attempt to all be here if we can, I've noticed. So,
Okay, keep
anyone,
going, Ms.
anything else
Stanford.
on 1?
Nope, keep going. Yeah.
Okay, 2, this is route grievances filed to the wrong administrator, but I'm hesitant to penalize parents and even employees for messing up the filing process because it can be pretty daunting. And so I'm not sure what the 1 day helps with. This says,
The 1 day really, Ms. Stanford, helps with preparation. We too, sometimes it's not even getting it wrong. To Ms. McKinney's point, it takes a lot to file a grievance.
Yeah.
And some people don't want to go back to the person that they're kind of grieving and say, here, I want to hand you the grievance paperwork. They'd rather go give it to someone else. All we're saying by the 1 day is that we don't want to penalize the person turning in the grievance.
Right.
If I turn it in, I want to hurry up and get that seen. And if 10 days is the cutoff and it finally gets routed back to the person who's supposed to be hearing it on the 9th day, we just want to give them 1 day to be able to prepare. But that next day, they need to see it. They need to hear it. We don't want to prolong it past a day, but we do want to give them an opportunity to prep for it.
I just don't want it to be an untimely issue where they miss the deadline, they miss that timeline, and sorry, it doesn't even matter if their complaint is valid, it's just you missed the timeline.
It
That's
wouldn't
changed,
be.
isn't
So am I
Well,
misunderstanding
That's
that?
what that section is not. It is when, do I have who's the principal in office I can pick? Oh, I'm gonna pick on Ms. Combs right there, right? You're sitting in the second row, I can see you, right? So if it is a grievance against a different school, but someone drops it off in Ms. Combs's office, she then will get it to the correct school, and then the principal at the other school will now have their full 10 days versus 9. or-
No, just 1 day.
Yeah,
Extra.
correct. They'll have their full time. The new, whoever the person it's supposed to be at will have their full time.
Their clock
So it
starts
doesn't
over?
cha-
No.
No, okay.
No. That's exactly what we're not saying. If you get it there 9 days, because it has to be seen within the 10th day, then the person who just got it on the 9th day, you get 1 more day to
One more day.
prepare,
You're back
and
up
then
to
now
10.
you got to hear it.
Correct.
We're just saying, give them the 1 day to prepare, and
If it's
it'll only
enough,
extend by 1 day.
That's fine if it's enough. I made a note here just saying it depends on how long it's been messed up due to the wrong filing. If they only lost a day, then a day makes up. But what if it's been held up for longer?
We still don't want to, I don't feel comfortable extending it for a long period of time because, once again, it takes a lot for a person to put in a grievance. And once they do put it in, they want to hear it heard. And we don't want to prolong that.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. I don't want them penalized
And we're not.
because it was misfiled.
So
Okay.
what we're saying is we're going to stick to the original date, just add 1 day to it for preparation time.
It's okay, as long as it's enough.
It's going to have to
them.
be. Yes, ma'am.
I just don't want it to become, that's the reason it's untimely now.
It wouldn't be.
Yes. I'm sorry, who was waving at me?
Me.
Oh, that was you? I didn't hear who was
I've
hollering.
been waving down here.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Dr. Fields, do we
Yes,
have a procedure for when a grievance is received anywhere, that it's looked at immediately and routed if it's in the wrong place?
We do. And we also get in touch with the person to try and, I mean, if it's going to be a difficult one, we try and come to a negotiation.
Right.
But what we've noticed is that People want us to stick to the timeline.
Right.
If I filed it on this day, in 10 days, I want my grievance heard.
So we haven't seen any get lost in the shuffle where we would need to extend it beyond one day.
That has not rose to my attention. It's pretty simplistic. And then if you don't know, go to Human Resources, and they typically route it out to the people that it needs to go.
It's not common that we get a lot that have been sitting in somebody else's,
Cute.
email or something like that. But it's not often. But we want to make sure in the discussion that we had when we were talking about this is that if you did file a grievance, that person wants it to be heard in a reasonable amount of time. And so sticking with the original filing date was fine. We just wanted to make sure that if it really was stuck in somebody's email, they weren't even there that day, they didn't see it, and 2 days later, they're like, oh, I've got this grievance, let me forward it over to whoever it needed to go to, that person had an additional day to schedule and prepare to hear it.
So I guess my feedback would be, let's make sure that we're asking anybody who is in the habit of receiving grievances to make sure that they're scanning frequently to make sure that we're not creating an issue.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Potteet?
So what happens in a scenario where, let's say, an employee goes on vacation and just by mistake it falls through the cracks? It's been 10 days. And it's found on the 10th day or the 11th day, do they then also get an additional day? Because it was possibly with the wrong person, or it just was missed, or how does that work? They just refile?
No. I mean, if that happened, we would contact the grievant and explain to them what actually happened, and then let them know that we would schedule it as soon as possible. I mean, and then they would have, the right to grieve that, because we didn't get it. But I think that that's just a communication piece. If that was just really an honest, somebody was on vacation, you sent it to the wrong person, they were on leave or, protected leave or something like that, that's a conversation that you have with the person that filed and just say, we're really sorry that this happened, this was the situation, and we immediately try to resolve scheduling that.
And I'm sure that doesn't happen often, but it's just,
Yeah,
just curious
for
on the
sure.
one-off,
Correct.
if that
Yes, ma'am.
ever happened.
I was going to say, no, go ahead, Ms. Kennard.
We can agree with them to waive timelines if something like that happened,
Definitely.
It would
can't we?
have to be mutual, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to you, Ms. Stanford. What else is on your list?
And as Ms. McKinney mentioned in her comments, and I don't know where it fits in here exactly, but I thought we already had a policy where if you have a grievance against the person right above you who normally would hear your grievance, that you can skip that. I thought we had that policy.
A while ago, the board voted to amend the policy, and it states that if you had a documented informal resolution attempt and it didn't get resolved, that it can be elevated to the next level. So that is in policy. I think what Ms. McKinney was talking about is having a centralized place that somebody can submit a grievance, like central office, like the district office, and so that if the complaint was against,
Your
your
direct
supervisor, you're not giving it to your supervisor, just so that it is explicitly stated in there that you can turn it into district office, which happens often.
Right, you can circumvent. If your grievance is against your direct supervisor who would hear it,
Yes, you can-
normally, you get to circumvent that. That's my
You
understanding.
submit it to district office, and they would route it and
No,
assign.
I think what she's asking is if you have a grievance and it's against your direct supervisor.
Who would normally
We're
hear
not
that.
asking for there to be a long, drawn-out, try and fix this thing, but at least we're saying, hey, have you talked to the supervisor about it? And then if they come in and they share something that is confidential or highly sensitive, then we'll say, hey, move it to the next level. But what we are asking is that we resolve these things at the lowest level. You don't have to put a lot of time into it, but as long as you can say, I saw him in the hallway and mentioned it to him and no response. Okay,
Okay,
let's
make an
move on.
attempt to communicate,
That's it,
you're saying.
That's it.
But not be forced to have them hear your grievance also.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, and then there's some sensitive issues where they just don't want that to be, they don't want to have contact with that person. We're willing to
Okay.
entertain that as well.
Okay, so now we're on 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry.
Can I make one more comment on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that perhaps we could set up an email box for grievances at Judson ISD?
Absolutely.
And advertise that out and have somebody monitoring that? That might help if there is a central place to submit it, like you were talking about.
Yes.
Something like that maybe could alleviate some of this. I don't know who to send it to, I'm going to send it here. And then it gets routed to the right person.
Yes, ma'am.
Something for y'all to consider.
Completely doable. Dr. Fields, can I just make a quick clarification? Like I said earlier, there are a lot of intricacies and a lot of changes within all of these policies regarding grievances. I think now that I better understand what you were asking, Ms. Stanford, if the complaint is against a district employee or my direct supervisor, the hearing officer should be in a supervisory or higher organizational role. So there are some other protections within the new laws that would allow a different hearing officer other than the person, if they were my supervisor, to hear it.
Got it.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, and on that one, Laura, I'm not sure if you got all the way through the draft of the new, like, DGBA either, but if the subject matter of the complaint requires board decision, is a complaint against board member, complaint about the superintendent, the complaint shall be initiated at board level. So if the remedy is something that only the board can approve, then it's coming up to level 3. So it has to be submitted direct to the board. So that'll be interesting to see how that
So the grievant has
rolls
to
out.
know that? They have to know it's going to come to the board?
Correct. I think what Suzanne said about the grievances
I
at
like that.
judsonISD.org email address, where they can figure out, and someone,
How to
Mitzi-
disperse them.
Mitzi can look at the remedies and go, okay, who is the
Absolutely.
appropriate
Yes.
level for this?
Yeah.
Hey, board, this is a U1, how do you want to handle, this? Create preliminary record. There's lots of blue font in that policy letter, which is, for us, is new things that were added to it.
Okay.
Okay, back to you, Laura.
3. So, question to Dr. Gosh. If this went to 60 days for parents to file, would we still lose video documentation at 30 days anyway?
The only way we would have any documentation after the 31st day would be if for some reason a portion of that video had been requested prior and we had archived it. So it does happen, there are some instances, if the district is aware of something that happens, we can take those clips of that video instance and we archive it, and then that we do save that piece. But if we did not know to do that, based on a situation because the grievance was filed after that, we would not be able to retrieve that video.
So a parent would have 30 days to notify someone to hold
Correct.
on to the video?
Correct.
Right. Okay.
A
So
parent or an administrator, whoever it was, that knew the video was there, that it was in question, would have to notify the department to have that archived.
Okay, so we just need to make sure people know that they need to do that. So I don't have any problem with 60 days. It's up to the board, but, 30 business days is good, but I don't mind 60 for a parent, because the system is kind of daunting, I think. I've heard many cases where they don't know what to do, where to file, and 60 days is fair, yeah, for a parent especially.
Go ahead, Mrs. Potteet.
How difficult would it be to extend the storage dates from 30 days to 60 days? Is that, I know obviously the storage costs will go up or I'm not sure if it's archived, if it's like a smaller space, or we can.
So the camera system is based on a cloud-based system. The types of cameras that we currently have and the licensing that we have is for a 30-day license. So you are talking about a significant increase in cost across the entire district in order to extend that.
Okay, good to know.
Because you're keeping a lot of stuff, right? You don't know what's going to be requested.
Correct. And like, we get video of this room, for example, is empty the majority of the time, but there is a 30-day record of everything that comes in, and most of the time it's black in here and dark. But yes, so that is across the entire district, every single camera, so.
So is someone monitoring this empty room for
No, not
Okay.
unless it's requested to see, but.
I mean, can you imagine the hours?
If Dr. Fields calls and says, hey, there's something missing out of the boardroom, we think it went missing during this time, we certainly would take a look. In the same instance as we would any campus if somebody asks for something to be looked at specifically.
So I would be in favor of the 60 days in this case, or at least the ability to file an extension, either or. So that's my comments on that one.
Okay, I'm done looking down that way, so now I'm gonna look down this direction. Nothing, everybody's happy down there? All right, keep. Oh, no, go ahead, Mrs. Lee. Yep, that's what I was looking, nope. Anybody down on that end?
I just, sorry.
Oh, yeah, microphone.
I just wanna, maybe if you can discuss it more, enlighten me about the last one where the request of the grievance, for the open session thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Wait, am I jumping? Okay.
I thought you were right.
Right, oh, I'm sorry.
You're going to go through each one? Is that
Oh, are we
what you
going
were
through?
doing?
I thought you were done, Miss Stanford.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sorry, I
I'm so
misunderstood.
sorry.
No, I thought we were going down the line.
Oh, okay, no. Sorry. All right, what did we finish? 3? All right, so hold on to your thought, Mrs. Lee. We're gonna ask about 4 then, because we're done with 3. Any comments on number 4?
I just had one comment,
Go ahead.
and that was that I wouldn't want procedural errors to block a grievance. That's all. As long as we can make sure that we are preserving the right of the grievant to get their grievance through, and that we don't have procedural errors or things that block their ability to get a grievance through.
I do want to jump in for just a second. If you were to take the statement you just gave along with what we just said, when you say 30 business days, there's usually about 20 business days in a month. The rest are weekends. And then if you go into the next month with 10 business days, that's half with some more weekends. So that's like 45 days. Not quite 50, but you're getting up there. If then we say we don't want procedural errors, I guess my concern is this. I don't want to push the time out so much that when a person comes in and files a grievance, we start doing an investigation and people say that was 2 months ago, that was 3 months ago. I don't even remember who was in the class that day. And I'm not trying to rush people. I'm just saying, once we realize that something's happened that's so egregious that I need someone to look into it, I want to be able to investigate and look into it and make headway. Not go back to everyone and they're like, that was a long time ago. I don't even remember what I wore that day. And we can't pull the video. Just thought.
I guess I'm gonna insert my thoughts here then, I guess, which is, sometimes we use the word DOI a little too often that we forget what DOI stands for. It's District of Innovation, meaning we're doing something creative, new, and exciting, right? It was not created so we can just not follow the rules. And I know we talk a lot about how everybody up in Austin, those guys never get it right? But sometimes they do get it right. And I had been watching this bill as it was going through during the legislative session, because there were teacher and staff associations like Texas AFT and TSTA that were fighting hard for this bill on behalf of employees of school districts all over the state of Texas. There were multiple parent groups up in Austin lobbying for these changes because parents don't know how to file grievances. And when it comes to the babies, Judson does the best they can, but sometimes school districts get it wrong, right? And the grievance process is a chance for the school district to make it right. So all of these things that are in this new law, with the exception of the 10 calendar days, I'll get 2 legs, but these were put in for a reason, because to add safeguards for our students, our parents, our staff, our community, and to be more open and transparent and provide more protections. And if this is what the legislature has said, I don't know why we would opt ourselves out of it, because that doesn't seem very innovative to me. And I know Ms. Stanford and I, we've made a lot of changes to that grievance policy to that end, right? After we started sitting grievances, we wanted more protections because Judson doesn't have anything to hide. And this board seems to, when we got to schedule a grievance, I don't get a lot of ahs, right? I don't. Like, everybody's like, all right, when are we going, right? Because they want to be part of that process and want the board to hear everything. So changing those timelines to make them shorter after so many groups fought all over the entire state of Texas, I cannot support. Those timelines are in there for a reason, and I would want our students, parents, staff, and community members to all be protected by those timelines. Anything else on number? We kind of went back to 3. 4.
For, on the 10 calendar days, I'm in favor of that.
Okay, then 5.
And
Yes,
then-
because I'll say, that was a typo, but from somebody up in some senator's office up there, right? Like, who forgot that we take 9 days off at spring break, right? Like, that one I think was not intended that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of the 10 business days.
Correct. I think
Yeah,
that's
what I meant.
honestly, I think that's what the legislature intended, because they wouldn't
Okay.
have done, they're not expecting Terry to come in on New Year's
Right.
Day and hear a grievance, right? Like, nobody up in Austin expected that, Terry, right? Okay.
And I think that's kind of simple. And then the last one, I do agree that I don't want someone forced into open session, the person that might be being grieved against. I don't want to drag an employee into open session unnecessarily. So I feel we need to protect both parties, the one grieving and the one being grieved against. I feel there should be equal protection on those. So I don't want to force a party into open that one might want it in open, one might not. I want to protect privacy of both parties.
Ms. Lee, you had a comment on that one then, right? So I'm going back over to you.
Not really a comment, but
Or a question
to
or
like
anything.
ask, because it says here that the district shall determine, so that, does it mean that, just like before, we can't vote anymore if we want it as open or closed, even though the grievance is filing, wanted to be open? I'm just want
If
to
we
make
go
sure
back
if
to
it's
that, then,
understanding.
well, district is a broad term. I think it would go, we go back to that wording, I think Dr. Fields would likely make a recommendation, and then we would vote whether it is open or closed based on the legal advice we get.
So we still get to vote for it if the grievant is requesting for like an open session, and then the district will present it to us, either open or closed, we still get to vote for it, or how does, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You mean the board could choose, if it's requested to be open, we could choose to keep it in closed? Is that what you mean?
Yes, open or closed.
Yeah, like the last one we did was kind of an anomaly, because every other time they've asked it to be open, it's always been open, so that was like the first time that we voted and
Yes.
closed it. So we may have to get with the attorney about what the implication, if that's the way we would then have to do it.
I think previously, it's, in my experience in the district, it's always been, if you are the grievant and you say you want to have it in open, we typically have it in open. But if you're the grievant and you want to have it in open while you make accusations against another employee, we typically have it in closed. And that's the recommendation we usually bring. We just don't want to have the board try and discern the legitimacy of a claim against another employee in an open session. And we do that in private. Now, if you're saying that you were aggrieved and it's not a claim against another person, but it's a situation, and you say, I want this in open session all day long, we're not going to stand in the way of that. But if you want to bring someone else in with you and then make a claim against them, and then have it on video where people can rewind it later on, and then we go through this, and there's this accusation against you that's illegitimate, it's false, well, you can't unring that bell. So we typically don't do that in an open session. We don't recommend it.
And the legislature disagrees with that, and that's another thing that the Texas State Teachers Union and AFT and parents fought for, which is you have the right in this country to have your grievances heard in open session. We have court cases heard in open. Anybody can go sit down in Bear County and watch most of the court cases. And there were a lot of school districts going behind closed doors. And employees and parents were not getting their chance to have their grievances. You know, can you get up there and, where'd Ms. Combs go? I was going to use her as another example, right? She can't file a grievance and be like, Miss Ryan slashed my tires. And it's not true, right? And there's video of me not slashing the tires, right? You cannot, when you do anything in public, you can't sit up there and defame someone, right? You can't do slander, you can't do libel and all of that kind of stuff. So, and there are some additional protections in there where now, if you do file a complaint that I slashed your tires, at least I get to write a letter that says I didn't slash your tires, right? There's now a letter from whoever you made a complaint against that is now allowed in there. So we got, you know, they looked at this very carefully when they write legislation, and there is a reason why they feel that the people who grieve school districts should be allowed to have it heard in open session. So keeping that closed, I can't agree with that exception. The law is there for a reason, and it's not very innovative to close down people's voices.
It's not a matter of closing down someone's voice. I would say it should be an open, if someone wants it in open, unless they're involving another person who doesn't get the same equal opportunity in person to defend themselves. A letter saying I didn't do that is not equal weight as someone speaking. So I'm trying to protect all parties. That's,
I'm just saying
maybe I
there's
disagree
1,000
with
people in Austin that disagree with that
Maybe I
statement.
disagree with the legislature there.
But there are people in Austin that allow districts of innovation to exempt from certain provisions. So they did also allow that. And so I understand what you're saying, but I think that we do have to consider what do we want to do as a district. And I think protecting both parties is something that is really important, and I think that it needs to be looked at case by case. I think that if you have a blanket statement that just says, if the grievant requests it, you just do it flat out, I don't think that's what's in the best interest of the district. And so when we had this discussion in district site base, those were the things that they came up with as well. And so, you know, yes, there were laws that were made. Yes, there were a lot of groups that advocated for certain things. Our employees and our district site-based community is also advocating for things to amend through DOI, which is also allowed by the state.
Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, we will not vote on this till we get to action items. This was just his superintendent report out on it. And then, Ms. Jones, are you making a
I was just
motion? Go ahead,
wondering,
ma'am.
do we know how many districts have actually opted out of that choice? Or have they not made the decisions yet?
I would have to look into that, Ms. Jones, for you.
I haven't served.
I've heard of one or two at least. I don't know how many you've heard of in your superintendent channels.
A bunch. Not a bunch. I had 5 people at the last superintendent's meeting that said, as soon as we found out about it, we DOI'd out of it and just kept our current policies. And then as we go through it, we're going to introduce some of those new policies into the current policy. But there were so many things that opened it wide open that everyone was comfortable with the way that they were handling grievances and everyone understood it, that they felt like they would bring in the new changes one by one, as opposed to just going to all the new changes and then trying to back off.
Sorry, my microphone's off. All right, if there's no other questions, we will move, sorry, I grabbed your agenda. We will move on to the consent agenda. I will start down to my left. Mr. Macias, any items you are pulling from consent?
Not at this time.
That's what I, oops. Hold on, give me a second. That's what I was gonna ask.
Got it.
Okay,
Yes,
I was gonna pull it up on my phone, and I'm like, I don't wanna be on my phone. So, all right, so sorry. Nothing from Mr. Macias? Okay, Ms. Jones?
I don't have anything right now.
Ms. Lee?
Same.
Ms. Canoyer?
Nothing.
Ms. Stanford?
Yep. I have N and O and a question about R.
Hold on, let me write that down. So N, O, and R.
Well, no, I'm not pulling R. I just,
You can't ask a question unless you pull it, ma'am. So you're gonna have to pull it. I had it marked to pull anyway, so it's okay.
okay, I'll let you have
So we're
it.
okay. So we're all right. All right, this is, teamwork makes the dream work, right? All right, any other one, was that it, Ms. Stanford?
Nope.
Okay, Ms. Potteet?
I'm not pulling anything.
Okay. I am, hold on, I'm gonna figure out what I'm doing. I am pulling agenda item A because we do not have the ones from November 20th. We always put them all on there, and then Betty gets as many done as she can, so I'll read that one separately. Then C, G, and Q. Okay.
Oh, wait.
And Stanford Array pulled R.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
pull
I'm sorry,
R.
I'm pulling R then. Sorry. All right, I wrote them all down, so I think I'm gonna make the motion only because I know which ones we have. So I move that we approve consent agenda items B, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, L, M, P, and S. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Ryan, and it was kind of a tie. I think I heard Mrs. Potteet, or I'll give it to Mrs. Stanford on that one, on the consent agenda. So we will proceed to vote on the consent. All right, you can cast your vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, now we'll go back through those one by one. I'll take care of A. I move that we approve the minutes from special meetings held on November 6th, November 17th, and November 18th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Mrs. Potteet. We will bring the November 20th ones to the next board meeting. Any discussion or questions? All right, we'll proceed to vote on the minutes. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, moving on to C, that was me, purchases over 50,000. Sorry, let me get my paper here. Oh, these all said additional funds. Is there a budget amendment that goes with these then? Because some of these are pretty significant amounts, you know, 700,000 out of local. Is that a $700,000 budget amendment?
No, ma'am. They were telling me earlier that all of these can be paid for out of the special ed account. So, Ms. Martinez, Ms. Davis, is that correct?
That's correct. It's going to be a combination of the Idea B grant and local funds, what's budgeted.
Okay, so this is just, when we do the one at the beginning of the fiscal year.
That's it.
It just ended up being more than that, so you're asking for more permission based on over
Correct.
50,000, not more into that budget.
Yes, and there was also
account.
vendors that didn't have the services that we needed.
Okay.
That was approved in June, so it
Oh,
went
so they're
to
newly
another vendor
added.
that's on here already.
Okay,
So
okay.
it'll be covered, yes.
All right. I think with these, we've talked about this in some of the finance stuff too, is really going back and looking also at contracted versus in-house, right? Because we have a lot of sped contracts and sometimes there's nothing we can do because the only option is to contract it out. But always re-looking everything we do in terms of, at some point, can we bring that service in-house? Because it's cheaper to do it in-house than it is to pay $100 an hour for a speech therapist. Or what things are we doing in-house we need to contract out? Well, just, that's, part of the regular process of things we do now, because we do a lot of sped contracting, so we'll keep
In
an eye
this
on that.
particular case, we were partnered with a neighboring district, and the neighboring district is no longer capable of providing the service, so we had to go out to a different vendor to get that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on C from anyone else? Okay, otherwise I'll make the motion since I pulled it. I move to approve expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Potteet. If no further discussion, we will proceed. You can cast your vote. And motion passes 7-0. Okay. G is also mine. Sorry, the long-range planning.
Yes, ma'am.
I had sent you an email, and I didn't see a response yet, because actually, I think I sent it this morning, I'm sorry. Which was, did we look at TASB at all for doing the long-range planning? I know a number of us, I want to say Laura and I sat through one of those presentations once, where they have all these dashboards and all this cool stuff that they do as part of their facilities assessments that are very much in line with education, and TASB often ends up being cheaper at a lot of things that we do. So did we at least consult with them to find out if they have the capability of doing this before we, because it is a pretty big dollar amount item.
I can tell you that they were not one of the ones that put in for it, so Mr. Brooks, did we consult them?
Correct. We went off of the RFQ 2319 that we currently have for this particular project. However, I did reach out to TASB today to find out, they do have the program for long-range facility planning. And we did get some pricing. I won't necessarily discuss our fees here for obvious reasons, but they were not cheaper.
Okay.
They were not cheaper.
Okay. Sometimes they are on some things, and I'm sure some things they are not on. So I just remember sitting through a number of conference sessions and seeing some cool stuff. So thanks for at least looking into that. Any other questions on the long-range facility plan? Okay, then I'll make the motion to approve the selection of architectural services for the district-wide long-range facility plan and education specification.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Ryan, I'm gonna give Ms. Canoyer credit for that one. It was like a big tie up here. So, all right, we've got a motion and a second. If no discussion, we will, all right, go ahead and cast your vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, now we're down to N, and I will turn it over to you, Ms. Stanford.
I just had a question on N. One of the campuses in the different reportings mentioned an issue with a lot of their students being in ISS and thereby missing instruction. So that made me think of two things. One, they seem to be having discipline issues, and how are we helping remedy that? And then, similar to a concern Mr. Macias brought up a while ago, and that's once they're in ISS, who's overseeing that? And are they truly missing out on all instruction because they're in ISS? And is there anything we can do to improve that?
I think that, sorry, my throat is killing me right now, but I think that one of the things that I would need to know, Ms. Stanford, in order to answer your question more fully, is are we talking about an elementary, middle school, or high school? Because there is a difference in when we're talking about answering that question.
Elementary?
So the elementary ISS staff
is there's not necessarily a designated person for ISS. If you look at the staffing model we use, it's the receptionist/ISS. So when you have a student that's placed in ISS, typically at an elementary school, that's housed or manned by a paraprofessional. But I will tell you, there are staff members, typically the teacher of record, that goes into ISS to make sure the student understands the assignment, see if they have any questions, and they do that periodically throughout the day. Your question was, are they losing out on instruction? They're not receiving instruction with the rest of their grade level peers, for example, during that 90-minute block of math or reading. But typically, I will say, teachers, well, not typically, teachers do provide the assignments to the students, but typically the teacher will go in and touch base with the student during their conference period to see if they have any questions or concerns about the material that they have in front of them.
Because it was listed in the report as a reason for some of the lower grade performances. That was one of the main reasons. So that just caught my attention, and I just want to be sure we were looking for a remedy for that.
And I'll tell you what we do is we track those ISS numbers very closely. To see if we have a campus that there seems to be an anomaly where we have a large number of ISS students for a particular campus. And then we also watch really closely with grade levels. Typically, we start seeing higher numbers in 4th and 5th grade. And to your point, that's going to impact instruction. So I will also say that elementary as a whole does a really good job of providing other behavior interventions before we actually move to ISS.
Well, it was just one campus that mentioned, so I'm wanting just to make sure that we're
I know
focusing.
exactly what you're speaking of. Yes, ma'am, we're on it.
Okay. That's all I had on that.
I guess since you pulled it, I'll just make a comment. I guess first, thanks to all the principals, the teachers, the assistant principals, the coaches, the trainers, the people up at, like everybody, like, this has been a lot of plans to put together, right? Tips, lips, tips, I don't even know. We ran taps, we ran out of acronyms, right? Because there's just so many of them. So, like, this required everybody really digging in and engaging their community, right? Getting those parents to come on in and be part of this process. So, thanks to all the teams on pretty much all the campuses that have gone through and done this. And I think I'm really looking forward to the progress monitoring portion of this that'll start then in January, so that we can put these things in real life, right? I'm looking forward to the boardwalks and just being on campuses and pulling this back out to see what you're doing on your campus, and then watching that kind of happen on what you're doing, and then watching the data start to come in and start to see the gains that, you know, you guys are making, and if there's got gains, what else can we do to help, right? That's what we're here for. So, you know, we want everybody to succeed, and we will do everything we can to help you with that. So just thanks to all the teams out there on the campuses and districts help putting these things together over many, many months now. So, and thanks, Doc, for that. Anything else on N before Ms. Stanford makes the motion?
I have a
Yes,
comment.
sorry, go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Obviously, ISS has been brought back. Ms. Stanford and I had even town halls with our community. We're not through. Unfortunately, I mean, this meeting is going to be addressing our CAPAs. That's really, I think, the most important thing today that we'll be talking about. But I do want the community to know, too, that it's hard to play offense when we're playing defense. We're trying to figure out what we're not going to cut, what we're going to move forward with. But the issue of ISS is still very central. It's still on my to-do list of items that we will address. But let's just figure out where we're going to be moving first before we tackle that. But also, I did notice, too, that you know, there's still some, I think I looked at the Judson Middle School one that's in my district. There's still some concerns, right? And we still have to make a decision on that too later on today. So I guess it's going to be hard to move forward until we get some sustainability. And then clearly we still need to address those overarching issues. The school that was in here that mentioned ISS was not the only school that has told me, I wish we had a better structure for addressing those students that end up there so that we can support them. So we will eventually get back to that.
Okay, any other discussion of N? Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Stanford for a motion. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, I didn't realize how long this thing was. I was going to have to read.
That's why I
So-
turned it over to you, ma'am.
Right, so I move that we approve the local improvement plans for Woodlake Hills College Prep, Hopkins Elementary, Spring Meadows Elementary, Millers Point Elementary, Hartman Elementary, Candlewood STEM, Spring Meadows College Prep, Woodlake Hills Middle School, Judson Middle School, Woodlake Elementary, Salinas Elementary, and Copperfield Elementary.
Second.
Okay. Very long motion by Ms. Stanford, very short second by Ms. Canoyer. If there is no more discussion, we will proceed to vote. All right, go ahead and cast your vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, Ms. Stanford, I'll turn it back over to you for O.
Okay, and these are regarding some of our TIP plans. And I'm pulling them because the public is interested in our academic, what we're doing to improve our academics. So I want to keep that in the forefront, and that's why I pulled them out of consent. But on these TIP plans, one thing I wanted to ask is, if the number goals are reached that have been set, what will the grade levels be that the campuses will attain?
So, Ms. Stanford, what we push for every single campus is that they are at the acceptable range, which is a C or higher.
Okay.
And so all of the tips, the taps, and the lips that you have been previewing and looking
Right.
at, and the executive summary, have been built based on the data that we have and the data that we are continuing to monitor to ensure that we will not have any D or F campuses at the end of this year. That is the
Okay.
goal that we have. Like Ms. Ryan has mentioned, we are looking very seriously, waiting to see what we're going to be monitoring. We've been monitoring every unit in every STAR tested subject, so we watch those numbers very carefully. We just had semester exams this week at the secondary level. We just had interim STAR assessments about 2 weeks ago at the elementary level. Coming up in January, we will have the middle of the year assessments for NWEA. And all of those, we're stacking those numbers against what we propose the schools need to be at the end of the year to move their rating from where they are now to where we want them to be at the end of this year. And even if they were an A last year, we want to go up a little bit higher in the A range. And so definitely, the goal has always been in the curriculum and instruction department that we do not have D and F campuses in our district. So that is what our goal is for this year.
And I know you're doing weekly observations
Yes,
on
ma'am.
all these plans. Can we be updated every month on how those are going? Not just in Friday notes, because I feel the public wants to know, too, how are things moving along on our campuses with our work to improve the grade levels, the grade assessment.
We'll get with Dr. Fields and figure out a way to make that happen. I know that we
We
had
can put it
already.
in the superintendent
Yeah.
reports.
Yeah.
His newsletter, your newsletter?
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
I just want the public
we can put it in
hearing
the
it,
news.
too.
Right. If the goal is to have the public here, we can put it in the superintendent reports inside the meetings, or we could send it out in the newsletter to the community. But we can keep you abreast of how it's going.
Okay.
Doc and I will look the first week of January at what they have, and let's.
And you guys are going to
take
be
a look.
walking through as well.
Yeah,
So
we'll
we're gonna
take
have
a
the
look
board
more
look.
and see what, if there's like, we'll work on it. I'll work with you.
Okay.
I'll work with you and Doc, and we'll figure out if there's a superintendent report in the monthly meeting where we can hit some of that stuff. So
Okay.
we'll work on that.
Okay. And then lastly, I wanted to suggest that our stakeholders include teachers from other campuses. Matter of fact, one of the teachers that spoke tonight was someone that offered assistance to other campuses. Our teachers care about the district as a whole, and if there's a way they can assist with other campuses, there's been offers to do that. And I just wanted to be sure that we're hearing that and reaching out to those teachers outside a campus that has problems. Can we have a roundtable and pull in math teachers from all over, English teachers from all over, and present the problems, the tips and the lips and all that stuff to a roundtable of teachers, because I've been very impressed with their willingness to help the district as a whole.
So, Ms. Stanford, yes, that's a brilliant idea. We actually started that right before Thanksgiving. So what we did was we sent out notice to all the elementary teachers in all of Judson ISD and let them know that we were going to be starting Saturday schools at Park Village, and we encouraged everyone to apply. So we got applications from the teachers within Judson ISD. We then compared that with their T-tests and STAR data from last year. We hired the 7 best teachers in Judson ISD to provide Saturday school at Park Village for all of their 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. We had 5 sessions. We just finished the last one. We're ready to engage in phase 2. I'm going to leave the campus to be unnamed at the moment because we're just finalizing all those pieces, but we're ready to engage another round of teachers to do that exact same thing. And that actually came from one of our stakeholder meetings during the TAP. So when we had one of those community stakeholder meetings, we had teachers who said, the conversation actually started at Crestview. Hey, we'll help. Like, we would love to engage in this and help other campuses, other kids. So it's pretty impressive.
And stuff like that is good to hear. I would love to have that brought forward so that we can celebrate the efforts that we're all putting in to solve the issues that we have. So that's all I have on that.
Yeah, maybe we can add some of those like academic highlights in what we're going to work on maybe a superintendent report. So those little
And reporting out on
cool
the
stuff we're
this
doing.
year.
All right, slide. So, okay, any other questions on, the tips? All right, Ms. Stanford, I'm going to turn it over for you to make another motion.
I'm not going to
It's
say
not as long
tips.
this time.
So I move that we approve the 5 targeted improvement plans reviewed at the regularly scheduled November 20th board meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Stanford, second by Ms. Canoyer. If there is no other discussion, you can cast your vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. All right, moving along to Q. That was the DOI plan that we just spent time talking about in the superintendent report. I pulled that because exemptions 3, 4, and 6 I don't concur with and won't vote yes on. So, but we already had an extensive. So if there is someone who does want to make a motion to accept all 6 of those, then I'll leave that open to if someone wants to make that motion.
I move that we approve the amendments to the current Judson ISD District of Innovation Plan seeking an exemption from TEC 26.011, 26A.001, 26A.002, 26A.003 regarding grievances as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Y'all left me hanging for a moment. All right, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer and a second by Mr. Macias.
And discussion?
Yes, any other discussion? Ms. Stanford, go ahead.
Right, so I'm interested in giving us that flexibility, but I wanted some amendments allowed for, as we discussed. So this wouldn't include any amendments, right? Like, I do want to give parents 60 days, for example.
Okay, so I think
how do
you
we fix
could
that?
motion to amend to remove, hold on, where'd my paper go? Let's see if I can figure out the right way for us to do this, Laura. You could do, you would like to amend the motion to remove exemption, and which one do you want to remove? 3, which, does somebody know what 3 is in terms of which education code provision that is? We're calling it 3, but 3 is either 26 dot whatever.
Do we have to approve it tonight? Can we table this to?
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to approve 126. So if we approve 126 and we approve these ahead of time, then now when we adopt the policies, we'll know that these have been amended. But to your point, we could amend the recommendation to include this being at 60 days.
Yeah. if we don't approve, the regular old policy is going to go in effect for now until we would come back and change it. We can change our policy letters at any time, to answer your question on a table or postpone.
Well,
So what do you want to do?
I would move to amend
To
the
remove-
60 days, so I would amend to allow for 60 days, and I would move to amend the last one, which is open session. I wouldn't want to force someone to have open session.
Well, that's what,
Okay.
right, then,
That's what's proposed.
that's what's proposed.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so do you guys know which education code is number 3,
Yeah,
which is
it's
the
3.
days?
26A002.
Okay, so I think, Laura, I think the motion you're trying to make is you want to amend the motion to remove 26A002. Anybody knows more about governance, you're welcome to
Okay.
correct me, right?
I don't think she wants to remove it. I
Remove
think
it.
she
She
wants
wants to
to
abide by it.
amend the recommendation so that it is 60 days rather than 30 days.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, but we have a motion and a second on the table, so she's got a motion to amend.
I would make a motion to
Okay.
amend.
But it's not removing that from the
Correct.
DOI plan. It's
Amending.
changing the recommendation.
Okay, so go ahead and, I guess,
So
Laura, make a
I would
motion.
move to amend the motion to allow for 60 days on 26A002. So we need a second. Or it stays.
Okay,
at
hold
30.
on, let's,
Yeah.
so there's more than that in that box, Laura, that's my concern. It's 60 days, but if you try the informal, it's 90, so are you trying to get rid of that whole box and just do what? I don't,
Oh, it's the whole box.
the whole box?
I think so.
Okay, so don't say the 60 days, I don't think, because I don't think that's what you're trying to say.
Well, let's see, a parent attempted informal resolution.
So if you look at the recommendation.
Yeah.
It says they're suggesting 30 business days to file. You want to amend that to say 60 business days to file.
Yeah, I don't have to include that informal thing of 90. I really want
Okay.
the 60.
Just 60, okay.
Yeah.
Let's start over with your motion then.
Okay.
That's, so to make sure we get it right.
So I'm
Teamwork.
going to amend that motion to allow for 60 days for parents to file agreements per 26A002.
I think it's important to be clear on what we're talking about. Ms. Canoyer just said 60 business days, you just said 60 days. And what it reads is 60 days.
This reads 60 days,
Exactly. So that means that includes
30
the
business.
weekends where the business days don't include the weekends.
Here we go. Let me make the motion for you, Laura, and let me see if this, I motion to amend to change the recommendation on 26A.002 to read 60 business days.
Well, that's different from what this says.
No,
Is
that's-
30 business, no, this doesn't say 60 business days. So is 30 business days close to 60 days?
It's a little
This is
bit
the
less.
recommendation.
It's about,
This is what we're looking at.
it's about 10 days, 10 or 15 days less than that. But we can do 60 days, we can do business days, we can do 50 days, 50 business days. But
Well, this says 60 days, so I'm just going to go with what this says.
60 days is good.
Yep. Do
I
we need
just
to do that
wanted,
again?
I just wanted to be clear because once we turn this over to Human Resources, they're going to be
Okay.
counting business days.
Oh, no,
a
no,
day.
no, I want to, Betty's having a heart attack over there. There's no, we don't have any motions, Betty, don't worry about it. We're going to figure that out right now, so disregard. All right, so we have the original motion is to approve as is, right? So,
With it.
So I'm amending to, for 26A.002 to extend to 60 days.
Business.
No.
60 business or
this just
60
says-
calendar?
This just says 60 days. That's what this says. So I'm amending from 30 business days to 60 days.
60 calendar days.
Yep.
All right, so now say that one time.
Oh.
One more time for Betty as I move to amend. I just want to make sure
I'm not doing,
we get a proper motion.
is business days shorter?
Business.
Is more. Right? I'm just going off what this says. So I'm amending,
You're moving to
I'm
amend.
moving to amend previous motion to allow for 26A.002 to have an extension to 60 days to file a grievance.
60 business or calendar, that's what I'm like, I feel
Can
like we don't put the,
Can I ask something? Can we just remove this item and then maybe bring it
Table
back
it?
once we
Yeah.
get exactly what Ms. Stanford is trying to
Can
get?
we at least make a
Because
decision
it's-
on the other parts?
The rest of them, yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
absolutely.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
just
Oh,
this
hold this out?
specific one. Yeah,
Yes,
can we
ma'am.
pull this specific one out? Because this is getting convoluted and I don't want to torture Betty any more than we already have. So I think if everybody's
think
okay
then-
with that, can we get that done instead of?
yeah.
So
I-
then-
Remove, I think you're going to make a motion to remove the 26A.002 exemption,
To be reviewed at a
and we'll
later
do it
date.
later.
Okay?
If I could just say something on that. If we pass this entire thing, we can come back and adjust it, just like what Ms. Potteet is recommending. But we need to give the administration some guidelines to follow. We can adjust this by just voting for it today and then coming back with that specific one.
Okay. That's the
That-
same as tabling, really.
Yeah, it is essentially, because we do have the right to bring it back, and that would be, rather than say, let me make a motion to amend, let's remove it and come back and then vote
Okay.
on the whole thing, let's just vote to accept the whole thing, but know that we're going to bring back that piece, because Ms. Potteet is correct. We have some questions with this, so let's bring it back.
Personally, I would rather remove it and just keep it as it was written by law than change it and then go back and change it again. So instead of changing multiple times, we just stick with what it says written in Texas law, and then we can go back and change that and bring that back into DUI before we, that way we don't have multiple changes. Right now, this is as it stands. So I wouldn't understand why we would go back and forth. That's just my
It's just to
recommendation.
avoid the extra amendment on motion.
I'm going to leave that, Ms. Stanford, what would you like to do? And we will try to help you state that.
I'm
and-
okay with going back to Ms. Canoyer's motion, as long as we can bring it back, because really, there might be some other things we want to amend anyway. There might
Okay,
be.
so for the moment, you are withdrawing your motion
Yep.
to amend in its 17 forms.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're welcome, Betty. Yes.
That has been withdrawn.
Yeah.
So now we're back to the original motion, which is to approve this as is. And we had a motion by I don't even remember who made the original, Ms. Canoyer, and a second by Mr. Macias, remembering where we're at. Okay, any other discussion of this? All right, we're going to move on and vote then. Thank you, that was a good exercise in teamwork. That I don't know where it got us, but good teamwork, good discussion, everybody. All right, you can cast your vote. Ms. Jones, hit the button again. Oh, there we go. All right, motion passes 4-3. All right, we are moving on to, hold on, which page am I on? Okay, now we're on to our,
Proclamation.
no, we're on to 120, hold on, we're not done with consent yet. We still got to do R, which is 126. So, a couple things on 126. First of all, it's that long, and that's how many Post-it notes. Like, there's a lot of policies in there. So for two questions, so in here, what we have to approve is all of Q that just got approved in here already?
Correct.
Or
Well, no,
we're
it's
gonna
not
have
in
to
there. What
go
we'll do-
back and approve those three?
No, because you approved Q, now we can make the amendments in here. So whatever you approve will be approved with the amendments that you just approved.
Okay, so of the packet you guys got, there will be changes to the DGBA, FNG, and GF based on what just got approved
Yes, ma'am.
in Q. Okay. There's also, we go through TASB Policy Services to get help rewriting this stuff, and you've been running a million directions, and you've been running, and TASB's been running a million. I had a number of notes on this, and we're trying to get, because there's just some weird things in here that we just need to clean up for our local policy. So I'm fine approving these, and we just have some work to do with TASB to clean up a couple of those, I think, little things that we found. And they're not enough that's going to stop the train from rolling. I think they're just some long-term things that I think the three of us can work together. So I'm fine approving this and then bringing that back in January. Any other tweaks that we agree in terms of like how we vote. We vote by electronic means, right? Let's make sure that's recorded in our policy letters and those. Or do you Ray update?
Well, for the sake of transparency, some of these have already been up.
Okay, so why don't you, all right.
I just want to let the rest of the board know. Some of the things that were looked at was, one of them said 10 days, and we changed that to 8 business days for the same reason that we just talked about before. If we go 10 days, that can turn into a weekend. But 8 business days has it happening during business hours. The other thing that Ms. Ryan had recommended is that it said that you could record votes by verbal or raising your hand, but there wasn't anything in there that said by electronic means, and that's the way that you guys vote, so we asked them to add that. It was a simple correction as well.
Yeah, those were both changes to BE.
Correct.
But in terms of the due date for agenda items, 8 business days works out on a normal week to still be that Monday. So it's not actually a change to anything we've been doing. But that way, if there's some weird week where we got 2-3 days off,
Right.
because we have to post based on business days, there may be some time, it may come up where you may have to have it in the Friday before because Betty's got to get that agenda posted earlier. So we'll make sure that is reflected on the board calendar that we get, but we just don't want to get stuff too late and not be able to post it.
Yes, ma'am?
Well, just comment. My understanding was we can always bring this back
Always.
at any point. So
Yes, ma'am.
approving it now doesn't close any
Correct.
doors.
Correct.
So,
All right.
Okay.
Are those the only 2 changes that we got? TASB, I don't remember what else I sent y'all, but
Another thing that you had put on was need to add a parent-teacher conference time on the calendar. The reason why we hesitated on that, we didn't put that on there, is because if you label a day on the district calendar as Parent-Teacher Conference Day, and we have a situation where we have to do a makeup day for weather or what have you, you can't change that day if it's on the calendar for Parent-Teacher Conference Day. In addition, when we put Parent-Teacher Conference Day on the calendar, then that means everyone's doing it sometimes, and if you've got 2 or 3 students in the district, you can't get to all the campuses on the same day. So we kind of leave that up to the campuses right now. It has been working. We haven't had a problem up until now, and if we do, we'll bring it back to the board to try and get it. Do you have anything to add to that?
I just wanted to add, we also got feedback from employees that have children within the district, that when we designate those parent conference days, they have to conduct parent conferences on their own campus and then aren't able to attend their own children's
Yeah.
parent conference.
Understood.
yeah, my only concern was a change in the law because it used to only be pre-K, kinder, and first grade that had to have a conference at the end of the first 9 weeks. The EIA, every year the district has to provide 2 opportunities for in-person conferences, and that's at all grade levels. So ensuring there is contract time for our employees to do those mandatory required parent-teacher conferences at every level. So if the high school teacher has to provide parent-teacher conferences for 160 kids, that's not going to all occur outside of contract time. So again, just something now that we know there's a change, just making sure we figured out what our process and procedure, and if there has to be a change to the calendar, just, I'll just leave that in y'all's hands.
Thank
A
you.
lot of these were just notes, so.
Understood.
But thank you. I know it took us a while, it took me a while, an extra month to get through those. All right, so I think any other questions? Oh, Laura, you had said you had a question on a policy letter, didn't you?
No, I said,
On our,
if we approve this, we can always come back.
oh, correct, 100, that was your question.
That's it.
Oh, yes, definitely. So if you have more time to look at them over the holidays or see things, these local policies can always be changed, and TASB can get us draft language on anything we do wish to change. So if there's no other questions, I will move to approve the second reading, the second reading of changes to policy update 126 affecting local policies.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Stanford. If no more discussion, we will proceed to vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, we had
If I
one
could,
proclamation
yes.
in there. Would you mind giving us our proclamation, Dr. Fields?
I would love to. Next month is going to be Board Appreciation Month, and I would be honored to read the proclamation. School Board Recognition Month honors the dedicated individuals who tirelessly serve their communities as volunteers. Our board, this year's theme is Our Future is Public. It's a time to show trustees how much we appreciate their work, their leadership, and their commitment to improving our schools. I, the Judson ISD Superintendent, do hereby proclaim that January 2026 will be School Board Recognition Month, and I urge all the citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of Ms. Monica Ryan, Ms. Amanda Poteet, Ms. Leslie Lee, Ms. Stephanie Jones, Ms. Suzanne Canoyer, Ms. Laura Stanford, and Mr. Jose Macias. As Judson ISD School Board members, we appreciate you all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. All right, that wraps up our consent, so we will move on to 8A, budget amendments.
Ms. Ryan,
Oh,
if
yes,
I
sir.
may, I want to just put, I'm going to be postponing my agenda item C and the discussion item A for next month in January, please.
Okay, you wish to pull those? Okay. Any objections to Mr. Macias pulling those and pushing them to January? Nope, I hear none. Yeah, 8C and 9A. Appreciate you, sir. Okay, then 8A, sir, Dr. Fields, budget
Yes, ma'am.
amendments.
8A is going to be the budget amendment. We were asked to come back and try and get a handle on what the runout would be for the self-funded health insurance. So I'd ask, again, Ms. Martinez and Ms. Davis to speak about this particular budget amendment and where it will take us.
Okay, so on this December budget amendment, we have a few things on here. We have our cross functions, and then we have increase in revenue with our summary of finance that was updated December 2nd. And then we also have other operating expenditure resource, and that is our self-funded health insurance. The last estimate that Brown gave us for the remaining of the year and also for the run out in 2026. Run out is when all the claims come in and they finally get processed and we won't receive them, the invoices until 2026. They estimated about $9 million. So we're going to go ahead and ask for half of that right now. And so that's why you see that 4.5 million.
Can I break in real quick? Because she's looking at the digital version and I'm looking at a hard copy. We don't see, the only thing that's in there is just rearranging of that 15,000. We don't have any change to revenue and we don't have any additional transfer to self-funded. Is that
And
what?
that's on your hard copy?
This is, I printed this morning. Ms. Canoyer, is that what you're showing in your, I know you always pull yours up digitally? In the second to last column, which is the amendments they're asking us to approve, under 8,900 near the bottom, transfers, do you see a transfer to self-funded in that
I
column?
see this.
Oh, there's 4.5 million.
Oh, right there.
6 and 4.5,
Other
and then a
financing.
total of 11.3.
I see other financing uses, 8,900, non-operating expenditures, and it's at 4.5.
4.5, okay, all right. I must have an old version. You must have downloaded an old version. So, all right, appreciate it. I'm just going to lean over and look at your stock. Okay. So, I'm sorry, if you had more, Ms. Martinez, go ahead.
No, that was it. And if you have questions, you can ask me.
Okay, I'm looking. Okay. All right, I'll go back and download from
Yes,
my
ma'am.
files later. I was just I was just confused because I didn't see anything on there. I knew we had talked about it, but I just didn't see it on there. So, all right, are there any questions on the budget amendments. I know this time we kind of knew those were coming because we had talked about them at a
Yes,
couple
ma'am.
other meetings, so that's not the first time the board had talked about any of those. All right, do I have a motion then on 8A?
I move that we approve the attached budget, I cannot speak. I move that we approve the budget amendments to the budget for the 2026 fiscal year.
Okay, motion by Ms. Canoyer, second by Ms. Stanford. If there are no other questions, go ahead and cast your vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Did I, oh, okay, I recorded it. All right, next agenda item is 8B, discussion and possible action regarding approving the financial corrective action and preventive plans. Doc, before I turn this over to you, I'm going to make a motion to postpone this till January, until we can get additional information and have more time. I have more of an explanation, but I'll wait to see if there is a second on that motion to postpone before I explain the rest of my reasons. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Potteet. I'd like to explain why, because it's been 5 months since we voted 7-0 to have this plan completed, and I walked out of Finance Committee last night, and there was yet another massively changed CAPA on my email. And at this point, I don't even feel prepared to discuss it. I had a very busy day, as I'm sure many of our board members did, and now we're getting that less than 24 hours out. To be prepared to discuss that tonight, much less make a decision, is concerning to me. We have some very clear procedures for our board, which is our board packet is supposed to be to us within 72 hours. We have people with a lot of commitments, and to respect our board members' time and give them adequate time to review, ask questions prior to the meeting. We're talking about tens of millions of cuts were added 22 hours before this meeting convened today. And I just don't think it's reasonable to expect us to have time to even review. Honestly, I haven't even read the new version of it. I had commitments all day today, and then not being ready to vote on it, much less discuss it. We've had 5 months to do this, lots of external consultants, and to give us less than 24 hours now to make a decision is not something I'm prepared to do. This plan has also not been posted to the public. The one we got last night has not been posted to Board Book for the public to see. And I'm working every day, and I know the rest of the board is, to be open and transparent as a governing body. We represent communities who elected us, and we rely on the communities for their input before we discuss and take action on anything, especially something like this that's going to significantly impact our students, families, staff, and communities. These are real people's lives. And I'm not willing to make a hasty decision without all the information and input, because we just received this plan last night, and there was even a change to it today. We also now have a Finance Board Advisory Committee full of wonderfully engaged stakeholders who dedicated their time at the second meeting to review one version of the plan, had a third meeting for 2.5 hours last night to review another version of the plan, only for me to walk out and find another version. And we are getting wonderful input, and these people are committing all of their time. I see a number of them in the audience right now. So you guys are giving even more of your time. And so for me to not have that input before we decide on the plan is concerning to me. I can give a dozen other reasons off of this, but I'll be honest with you, Joe Power said it right, and I'm going to use your quote. We got to stick to our decision, and we have to get this right? This isn't approve something hasty and then have to go back and fix it, and then approve something hasty and go back and fix it. These are real kids. These are real principals. These are real teachers. These are real bus drivers. These are all real, this is real communities that are impacted by all of this. And if that means we got to have Saturday board workshops in January, that means we got to schedule a bunch of board meetings throughout January, I can't risk not getting this right. And because I haven't seen these tens of millions of dollars of cuts, I just can't tonight. I feel like we should postpone this until after the holidays so that we do this once. And that's what's right for our employees.
Can I say something before we go?
Sorry, hold on, let let's let the other board members discuss, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I saw somebody waving at me down the line. Okay. I don't see anybody's button pushed. Go ahead, Dr. Fields. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you down there. Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
No, I was,
Oh, yeah, y'all can use your buttons because sometimes it gets hard for my periphery.
and that's
Go
correct.
ahead,
I did not use my button,
No,
so,
but you're-
Ms. Canori?
No,
Okay.
you're good, and then we'll start trying to button.
No, I mean, I obviously see and hear the concern. I know that we did receive the first wave of this information timely, but I also know that there's been some input that the administration has been receiving from different board members as they continue to look through this, plus even input from community members. I think some of the concerns that I've heard on this board has been that we need to make some decisions now, and that the onus is from administration is to bring those recommendations to us. These are recommendations, and I also see this as sort of a starting point, a document in which, we need to start somewhere with the discussion. So I'm prepared to make some decisions. I mean, naturally, we need to let the community know, are we going to close schools? How many are we going to close? We need to know, for those folks that attended today on Spanish immersion, what the plan is. And if it means that, we take parts of it and we make motions today that start to take into consideration the recommendations, we do that. We do not have to wholly take a plan. We can take it in pieces. So I'm prepared to have that discussion, and even if there's a table, I may come back and still make motions on certain aspects. One out there that I think is important for the community to know is, where does this board sit on, are we going to cut this entire $30 million in 1 year budget cycle? Are we going to take 2 years? And there's recommendations in this CAPA plan that talk about a 1 and a 2 year approach. And so I certainly want our community to know what that approach is. The sooner we can let them know, the better. And so we all know that we have to talk about consolidating schools. This is the time for us to tell administration we're okay with, step one of that consolidation. And then we move on. But the further we push this down, I think it allows for anxieties to continue, and those anxieties are not good for our community. We're in a position where we pretty much know. And again, I don't know what we all think, so that's why I want to put it before all of us to take some of these discussions. I'm prepared to talk about Spanish immersion today and talk about what that strategy is. So I do not want to table this. If anything, let's take it in pieces.
Go ahead, Ms. Canora.
So I've been following all the versions of the document, which is a working document. We're not done once we approve this. Administration is still going to be looking at things and coming back to us and coming back to us. So this isn't a one and done. I'm ready to discuss things. I'm ready to go step by step in here, look at each thing and say yes or no, because administration needs the direction on what we're going to do. I'm not saying that we necessarily have to blindly accept everything that's in here, but I think administration needs feedback on our tolerance level based on what we're hearing from our constituents. So we had other opportunities to have the CAPA presented, and at the last opportunity, you said we didn't have time for it. I think we've got to get moving on this. Ms. Ryan, you're the one who's been saying over and over again, we got to make these decisions, we got to make these decisions, and now you're not ready to talk about decisions. That's not okay with me. We need to move forward on this. Our employees need to know, our constituents need to know. It's important to move forward.
Ms. Stanford.
Dr. Fields, I'd like to know from the district's viewpoint what the disadvantages are to waiting, if there are any particularly time-sensitive items in here that you really need some direction on now, and also share what the changes were. I thought we actually had some incoming information.
We did.
If you could share what caused a change to this document.
If I could first
Well,
talk.
we have a motion to postpone on the table, so we don't want to go into the document. Like, we can't, so go ahead. If you have something relevant to the postponement, we just got to be careful. We can't discuss the agenda item because we do have a motion on the table to postpone. So we just got to be careful what we talk about.
Right, my question had to do with the reason for the change
And why she wants to postpone.
and how postponement could be harmful, if there are items in here that would be harmful to postpone.
We were notified yesterday by Moat Casey that, when they did the 100,000 to 140,000 evaluation, how the state would make that up if we did it. For 65 and older, we were told that they would not be making it up, which came back as a $3 million increased deficit to our revenue, unexpected for next year. So we had to make more reductions to keep from having our fund balance go below the 60-day mark that we were trying to keep it over. So in doing so, we came up with other recommendations, thinking that may be the board's preference as we move forward. But as you heard tonight, there are several different factors that go towards that rating, where even if we were to go to a B, we would still be okay moving forward. We were trying to just increase the reductions before we brought it to the board, and we did. Now, I want to say this in terms of the motion. At about 1 hour and 21 minutes and 34 seconds into the video on 6/22/23, you will hear me say, we're going to have to make some tough decisions as we move forward. We appreciated the fact that we increased the salary of the personnel in the district, but at some point, we're going to have to get back to a zero-based budget, and we're going to have to make tough decisions. Then, a year later, with 47 minutes and 57 seconds on 6/25/24, I repeated the same thing again. I appreciate the fact that we're doing this, but at some point, we're going to have to make some hard decisions. Tonight is that night. We're here to make the hard decisions. It's unfair to the students, to the community, and to the employees to keep pushing this off. We are willing to stay here and go line by line. I've been here with this board until 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 8 o'clock. It's early for this board. We've got time. We need to go through this, and I agree. I do not expect the board to accept all of what's in here. But at least let's go through line by line and get some consensus on the things we can't, and the things that we can't, we will not move forward on. But at least give us the opportunity to move forward on some of it. I would just ask you to give us the opportunity to move forward. Thank you.
All right, additional, are you pushing the button? I'm trying to look both ways. Go ahead, Mrs. Potteet.
So what we were looking for was a strategic, cohesive plan, because, as Ms. Powers said, these are decisions that we're on the board, we're going to have to live with. These decisions are going to follow us for the remainder of our tenure, just as Dr. Fields pointed out. He let the board know that is the previous board's legacy, essentially. So I need to be given the time, I need to be allowed to have more than a few hours of discussion with my fellow board members. I'm in full agreement. We need to start getting into the boardroom and start having these weekend conferences, these weekend town halls, whatever you'd like to call them, sorry, Ms. Ryan. Workshops. That is got to be the best way forward. Trying to piecemeal this, we've tried that before. It didn't work. We kept coming back and adding things back because we had some squeamishness or things may have not been 100% clear to us at the time. So I don't see the point in having a piecemeal vote. I need to be able to vote on a cohesive plan. And to Dr. Fields' point, no, we're not all going to agree on what's going to get cut, what's not going to get cut, and that's all right. But we need to see that full 2 years of when these decisions, or I'm sorry, these cuts are going to take place, and what other considerations were made, and how these considerations were reached, and who had the input on these cuts. Because I want to make sure, and I want to reassure my community that we have done every bit of due diligence on this plan. And I think it is unfortunate that we're up against a timeline right now. Today is the last day of school for all of our students. Everybody's going on vacation for the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks for winter break. I get how unfortunate that is, but we were presented with a plan, an updated plan, at 3 p.m. today, or roughly 3 p.m. today. I'm not sure about the rest of you, but I have travel plans that I had to attend to. I'm leaving ridiculously early in the morning tomorrow, and I didn't have time to sit down and review these CAPAs again. It's been a constant update, and I get that this is a living document, and I expect this to be a living document. But the fact is that we've not had this long discussion, and trying to cram it in the night before a vacation is starting seems irresponsible. I would like to have a real thought-out conversation on these CAPAs. Together as a whole, we need to have these workshops so we can get this knocked out in a strategic way and in a way that I can live with after I'm off of this board, because this is affecting our students' lives, our teachers' lives. It's affecting my students' lives. It's affecting your students' lives. So I want to make doubly, triply sure that I am maybe not comfortable with these cuts, but that I can live with myself and look at myself in the mirror the next day and say, this is what needed to be done, and it was hard, and I may have hated every minute of it because I don't like considering cutting anything. If we could give you the world, I'm sure every single person on this dais, from Miss Betty Holmes all down to Dan Brooks, would give you everything you needed, because we're all here for the same reason. We're all here for the students. So I do not want to, not disagree, I don't want to hurt these kids later on down the line by having made some, let's be honest, hasty decisions now and not allowing this enough time for discussion. That's just my opinion.
Dr. Fields, may I say something?
Please.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone. The board needs to make a decision, because then we can either move on to this or we cannot, because we're going to spend a lot of time. Do any other board members have opinions on whether you would like to postpone it? Everybody got the CAPAs at the same times and the different versions. So people are either, is there more input? We'll go back for rebuttals then for 3 minutes.
But do we not want to hear from the cabinet members who
No,
helped
sir,
put
the
this
board just
together?
needs to make a decision, then the
Understood.
cabinet can then brief, if we don't postpone, then we can.
Well, my question is, what were you going to say, Ms. Davis?
Thank you, Ms. Stanford.
Ms. Stanford, my point was, this is a board meeting of the board, okay? And so we do have to remember that, so.
information from our cabinet, so I do want to hear it.
Then go ahead, Ms. Davis, if it is relevant to whether or not we postpone tonight, because that is the motion that is on the table.
Yes, ma'am, I
So I'd
do
like us
believe
to
it is
resolve that
relevant.
and go one way or another.
I do believe it is relevant. You mentioned that the CAPA is not posted. It is publicly posted on the agenda. In addition, on November 12th, Dr. Fields and I met with the board to discuss the first iteration of the CAPA. On November 17th, we had a meeting scheduled to discuss the CAPA. We were ready to discuss it. It was not canceled by us, but we didn't have the opportunity to share it, but we did have it ready. On December 15th, on Monday, the CAPAs were on the agenda. We were here ready to discuss them as well. We did not have the opportunity to share them. If at this point in time you are not ready to make a decision, I would love the opportunity to start the discussion so that people can hear and understand and better have an explanation that perhaps just viewing something online is not enough for people to understand and comprehend the why or the reason, we stand ready to go through it line by line. If a decision is not made today, at least it's put out to the public, aside from just reading it in board book, and we can answer your questions so that you can have time to mull and think about a decision that is this serious. The reason that it was changed, we received from Mo Casey an updated summary of finance that lowered our revenue, and therefore we had to find additional items to put. As we've met with each one of you and discussed this with each one of you individually, you have had feedback as well to add to the CAPA. And we've been responsive to that feedback, and we've added a lot of what you've suggested into this CAPA, as it is a working document. Nothing in here is trying to be not transparent. If not, in fact, we're trying to be responsive. These decisions are going to impact campuses, they're going to impact livelihoods, they're going to impact positions and
Going
jobs.
to impact us.
And just to clarify, the CAPA, I just went, because Board Book tells me when things were uploaded, was uploaded at 3:34 PM today for a meeting that started at 5, right?
speak to that, Ben?
Okay, here's the
It was
screenshot of that.
re-uploaded at
Correct.
3:34.
Because it had been changed that many times.
And I made, in an email
Okay.
to the board,
We
I
checked.
explained that there was one small change. I made an error
You
where
wanna
I
say
had
that,
placed
then?
all 5 campuses in one,
Correct.
and I separated into one
Last
year
night
two.
was $20
One-
million in changes.
But that was last night. And we just explained why we changed it yesterday, because we got the update. We got the update of $3 million. We were trying to be responsive. And again, it is a working document. And what was changed at 3:30, what was updated at 3:30 was 26 to 27 to 27 to 28. Click, upload.
Okay. Ms. Macias, is that your button pushed
Yes, it's
for
my rebuttal,
Okay,
yes.
sorry, I couldn't keep track of who had pushed what, so go ahead, sir, for your rebuttal.
Well, I also want my colleagues to know that I pulled the agenda items today so that we could have more discussion on this item. I didn't pull them because I didn't want to talk about them, but I pulled them because I know this discussion is important, and I would like to have the discussion. I guess if you know, you don't want to go line by line, there are some high dollar out items, like the sale of district property, like the consolidation of schools. And again, with all due respect to those that came and spoke about Spanish immersion, I want to talk about LOTC and Spanish immersion. I want to make sure that we give clear direction. We may all decide we want to cut these programs, but the community needs to know. And if we're going to make an announcement to close schools, we should do that now. And you know, the consolidation discussion needs to be approved. It's already there. We've already put it, we know the numbers. So those are the larger items. The smaller, 40,000 here, 10,000, we can probably, you're right, we can wait on those. But I would just say, let's just get those high dollar ones, and those are my recommendations for the 3 I would like to discuss and give administration direction and let our community know what we're planning to do.
Ms. Stanford, your rebuttal?
Right. So I would ask that if we're not ready to make decisions on this document tonight, could we go ahead and use more time and treat this as a workshop? Can we go ahead and delve into these things and discuss items, as Mr. Macias said, things that are of great interest to the community? Can we move forward and begin some discussion as if we're in a workshop?
All right, and I'll jump in for my rebuttal. Ms. Canoyer said something about hearing from their constituents. When things are posted late last night, I have not had any time to hear from the people that I represent. Because the conversations as we've gone through some of these is, and I've looked at the Spanish immersion and some of the other people and said, if I have to vote a certain way on something, it's going to be because I have explored every option and this is what I've landed on, right? And what we don't have here, again, this is not a strategic plan that the board tasked them with. And we're not closing schools tonight because it's not on the agenda. It's not allowed to be voted on. But district has had 5 months and 1 day. This was July 17th, this was tasked. And now you expect us, and I know you can go find the B-roll film of me saying, we're gonna be sitting here a year from now doing slash and burn economics. And you'll find me saying that a year ago on camera. And that's what we're doing tonight. People want to sit and do slash and burn economics. And we have to remember our why, that we are here to listen and serve our community. And there are things that our community knows nothing about that are on this document that was not posted for people to look at. There's 6.6 million in positions. That document hasn't been made public at all. There's people online that you want us to vote on a secret document that's never been discussed and cut and affect $6.6 million worth of people's lives without talking to anybody about it? That's not responsible decision-making. And I am not ready to sit here the night before everybody goes on break and make decisions that are going to impact people's lives that we're later going to regret. I have numerous asking for additional information that still hasn't been answered yet. And frankly, I literally don't even have the document. So sitting here and talking about this document tonight that we just got last night, we have, and we learned this Monday in our board governance training that some of us were at, is we have policies and procedures for a reason, because that's how you govern a school district. There is a reason why documents in our board packet comes to us 72 hours out. There's a reason the board agreed on that, because we value input. We want people's opinions of things. We have experts all over this district that we rely on. We have community members to speak to. So if this was not after 5 months of time to get it ready, if this couldn't even be ready 72 hours before the meeting, then no. We are entitled to the time. The board agreed that we would have 72 hours to be able to review our documents before we would even discuss that item. And I have not been afforded that 72 hours, and no one on this board was afforded that 72 hours. That came in 22 hours ago. And if we had not, and again, some of us up here have lives, and we have other commitments and things we have to do. So again, we have a motion to postpone on the table because we owe that to the communities that we serve, to not be having hasty discussions and hasty decisions and doing slash and burn economics in this district, because it's going to backfire.
So can someone else respond to that? Can I respond? I mean, you just spoke, Ms.
Go
Ryan.
ahead, sir.
What you said was since July.
Yes,
You
July
came back,
17th
but-
is when
but
the board approved it.
And the board came back and told the cabinet, stop with the financial CAPA, wait until after the VEDAR, focus on the academic portion. And then we came back ready right after the VEDAR, and we're ready to present, and we're told no. Then we came back in December, and we're told no. So to say that we have been sitting on this since July and not being functional about it, that's disingenuous. You told us to wait until after the VEDAR vote, and we did. In addition, us going through this line by line and making a decision is not hasty. And there's nothing secret about what's going on. What we're asking is that we've made recommendations. Can we move forward on those recommendations? And we've already even had some discussions with the people on the list. But we don't want to move forward talking to people on the list if the board's not behind it. This isn't secret. There's nothing sinister going on here. We're trying to do what's best for Judson ISD. And to give the impression that we're not, that's not fair. We're not saying that the board's not trying to do that. So to put that on the employees, the cabinet, or anybody, it's unfair. And there's people who came tonight looking for answers on particular areas. The least we can do is go through it and give them some insight. We stand ready to do whatever the board would like.
And I'll just remind you the conversation last night when I asked about the list of 6.6 million, and you said the board was not allowed to discuss it
I
or
did
release
not
it to
say the
anybody.
board was not
Sir,
allowed.
there's
That's not
cameras.
true.
Dr.
Please,
Goff
pull
just
it
said
up. I
I
would
could hear
love
that
that.
entire conversation in the back last
Ma'am,
night.
I've never
So,
said the
okay.
board's not allowed.
Okay.
I said
Ms.
that we
Ryan,
should
could I
not put it.
suggest?
I think we just move on to a vote, because arguing over
everything-
things, it's either gonna, we're either having a thing
Okay,
tonight or we're
well,
not.
I don't know if I need to make an amendment, but everything on here is not brand new. So we could certainly go through and at least have discussion.
Correct. All right, so everybody's had a chance at a first and I think a rebuttal, so we have a motion to postpone on the table for a vote to postpone this to January until we can have some workshops and get additional data and a chance to speak to the communities that we serve.
So I would like to amend the motion to suggest that we go through the items that have not been made new that we at least go through the existing items that have been in our possession for quite a while.
Hold on, I got to figure out if a motion to postpone even is amendable. Because I don't think anyone has ever done that.
I mean, I'm a first.
You are. We haven't done one of those. Well, we'll let it, all right, so repeat your motion, ma'am? Unless you're going to Google it, you Google it while she repeats.
So I'm moving to amend the motion to postpone everything to, let's go through and discuss what we can discuss that is not new. Go through and discuss what we can discuss that has been on the table for quite a while.
Okay, we have a motion
However you
to
wanna say
amend.
that.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Stanford, second by Ms. Canoyer. Unless there's discussion, we will proceed to vote. Okay, a motion to amend does not pass. We're back to the original motion to postpone. All right, now we're back to motion to postpone. Proceed to vote, yes or no, on whether you want to postpone this to January. Okay, motion to postpone passes 4-2-3. All right, now we got to go into closed session. Hold on, I got to find my sheet to see what we are doing. All right, the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Hold on, I got to find them. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Chief Financial Officer, Director of Counseling. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.076, discussion regarding intruder detection, security audit, and security devices. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board members' roles, duties, roles, and responsibilities. The time is now 8:24 p.m. and we are in closed session. All right, the board will now reconvene in open session. The time is, I have no idea what time it is. It is 8:59 PM. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Okay, we are going to move on to 5A. And the board's going to take no action on the CFO at this time after talking to the superintendent. So I will make the motion to approve the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, and the position of Director of Counseling.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by, was that you, Ms. Canoyer? I wasn't looking down that direction. All right, we have a motion and a second. Hold on, let me find my clicker. All right, go ahead and vote.
You have to vote
Oh,
too.
God, I'm telling you, I'm out of it. All right, motion passes 7-0. Did you want to make an announcement? Yes, if you want to.
The new director for counseling for the district will be Miss Amber Parma. So congratulations, Amber.
Wherever you are at home or somebody, hopefully you have friends watching, so.
Oh, maybe we haven't gotten there
Are you talking about training and stuff? Oh, yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. No. Thank you. All right, that's it from closed session. Now we're going to go all the way back to 9B, update on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. So let me start from the inside, work my way out. Mrs. Poteet, you go first.
I go first?
Yes.
Honestly, I got back to the States, what was it, on the 8th? And the moment I got back here, I was immediately in my kids' school, which is Crestview, and that's where I've spent the last 2 weeks, working either their penguin patch or their school dance or just taking care of my teachers there. Unfortunately, this was a really short month and a very, very, very busy month. I'm sure most of the parents out there are kind of in the same boat. But that was pretty much it for me. Not a lot going on outside of my kids' school. So other than that, you guys have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year and a Happy Hanukkah and anything else you guys celebrate.
All right, Ms. Stanford.
Okay. So our contest for the reading advertisement started December 15th. So me and Ms. Canoyer went to Veterans to announce this during their very noisy lunch hours. And, well, they weren't noisy when we were talking, but it was an incredible experience. They were so excited about it. They cheered with all the prizes. And speaking of prizes, I want to thank Dwayne and Nick Westerman of Samco for providing the $1,000 worth of gift cards. And that's something different. The kids aren't used to getting cash gift cards that they can spend on anything they want to. So that's another reason I guess they were cheering. They were so excited. So, and one entrepreneur named David wanted to know if he could enter 3 times because he wanted to win all 3 prizes. So I would say we have entrepreneurs in the district, and we thought, why not? Why not? Go for it, David. Yeah, he said he'll win at least one. He will. Interestingly enough, at Judson, when I went to Judson to do the same thing, and they have longer lunch hours, we had another entrepreneur who wanted to enter 3, so that he has a chance at all 3, sweeping the board. You know what, if they can think that big, guys, go for that. I thought it was amazing. So it was an exciting time. The contest closes January 30th, if I didn't already say that. And we can't wait to see what the kids bring forward and what they do. So thank you.
Awesome. Ms.
Merry
Canoyer.
Christmas and Happy New Year.
Ms. Canoyer.
So I stay pretty busy. This was a busy month. Jeff Purse Bingo, what a blast. If you didn't go, you need to sign up for next year. We did the Jeff Prize Parade where we were letting teachers know what grants they got for their classrooms. That's always an exciting time. And as per usual, we had at least one person crying, and it was fabulous. I went to the to a new program that athletics is putting on involving our sixth grade middle schoolers playing basketball. It's called The Future. And they had a tournament at Kirby Middle School last Saturday. And every kiddo was playing their hearts out, had an amazing time. And I really want to thank Coach Lopez in athletics for organizing something like this. This is a great way to grow our programs. I went to the Millers Point music concert on Tuesday. So much fun. Really enjoyed that. And then I also went to the Veterans Memorial High School. What is it? Cozy Showsy, the Cozy Showsy, Cozy Christmas Showsy. How fun was that? Everybody loved it. I'm telling you, it was standing room only, literally. There was no room left there. And then I also want to compliment our ag department on the poinsettias. I ordered those, and that is the prettiest poinsettia I've ever seen in my life. So full of bloom. So again, watch for that to come out next year and make sure you get your orders in.
Could I add one thing, Ms. Ryan? I forgot to say, we didn't get to Wagner or JECA yet. A couple of us will be coming to see you after the holidays to make the same announcement, because it was so much fun. So we're coming.
Awesome. All right, Mrs. Lee. Yep, push the button. It's late, so I got to remind you.
I was busy from the time we got the CAPAs and everything. My visits is just plainly there for that purpose though. I didn't get the chance to engage on any activities on the school because unfortunately my kids got sick. One, my senior first, and then my middle schooler. The only thing that I actually attended is that class training last Monday, which I really appreciate Dr. T about attending and discussing the governance and everything, because I did kind of learn a lot and got a chance to time to reflect, on myself. And then the last thing that I have is the jazz concert last night from Wagner. It was the very first time, because Metzger has jazz band right now, and they did really great. And for Kirby, it's actually their third year. So I believe Mr. Miles is the director. He kind of got a little emotional because those are his babies, and now they're going, at Wagner. And then, yeah, that's about it. It's just, if you guys, for next year, the jazz band is really great. It seems like when you're listening to them, they're professional for me, just bragging about it. But yeah, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you.
Mrs. Jones.
I have several things. I was able to do the Jeff Purse Bingo. I went to PBL week at JSTEM. I went one of the days when the kids were actually working on their projects, and then I was able to go to the showcase that they did. I also attended Candlewood's Winter National Elementary Honor Society induction. That was amazing. They welcomed 18 new students to that. They had 6 current members and added 18 new ones. Let's see the other things. I went to the zoo to watch Metzger and Kirby Middle School's choirs perform. And then also the Kirby Middle School, Metzger Middle School, and Wagner High School's orchestra concert. And then we also just on, Tuesday night, we actually got Dr. Fields down to Kirby, and he watched the choir performance. They actually teamed up with Pashal, and they brought their cheer team, and they did a performance, and the choir sang together. So that was really neat to see the elementary kids sing with the middle schoolers. And that's everything I have.
All right, Mr. Macias.
I don't know where the month went, but I had the opportunity to attend the Christmas concert at Wood Lake Middle School. It's good seeing all the families come together. I do regret putting it on record not being able to go to Millers Point for Bonnie's Christmas Charlie Brown, but, I know it was phenomenal. Also, I had a chance to attend the Bear County School Board Coalition, where we had a number of school board trustees just talking about next year and the plans that we have to work together to really promote education. And there's going to be an emphasis on reading. I thought that was, again, just poignant right now. That's where the focus is going to be across the city. And so that kind of just wraps it up. Just a real quick month.
My turn. Yeah, I've given up on figuring out where it goes. I'll just pick one or two for the week, or for the month. I also went to the National Elementary Honor Society at Candlewood, and just Mrs. Smith and Ms. Powers, how you guys are just inspiring. Candlewood is on this great academic upturn, and how they're using that to capitalize with those kids and see them getting inducted and seeing how important academics is. I'm convinced with those two, with Ms. Diaz, that they're going to make that very contagious, and all the growth that they have made, I think I'm praying it's going to grow exponentially, because you can feel the momentum in the air when you walk into that school. And then, I went to JSTEM both during PBL week and then their final performance, and it's always just hilarious to watch, because there are kids running around with power tools, and you're like, how did nobody die today? Because they got saws, they got stuff, but just watching these kids work together where there's not an adult forcing them what to do, right? They are off and they are self-managing these groups, and producing some amazing things. Mrs. Lee might have broke somebody's basketball hoop, but we put it back together. She tried to slam dunk. It didn't work. The kids thought it was hilarious. Once she grows a little bit. And the kids were grabbing us, right? They were grabbing us. They're walking out and they're like, you're on the school board, I know you, right? And so to see that confidence in middle schoolers to talk to adults is just also so inspiring in that program. So I know we'll drag, Mrs. Poteet missed it. She hasn't seen it yet, so we'll get her to see the spring one. So as far as training, again, Tasby was here on Monday, and just so grateful to kind of start that process with Dr. Tijerina, and the six of us that were there. People were writing notes furiously. All those little stick-it notes you stick on your mirror, or remind you of your why and remind you of your community and all those things. It was just, it was a little reset button, right? So I'm super excited to be working with TASB and getting this team. You've seen some giggling going back and forth with some of the board members, and hopefully it's the right start in a new year. Will kind of help us with all of that. And then committee updates, just thank you to the Finance Committee. Y'all are crazy. They had 3 meetings. I'm not even in charge, I don't feel like anymore, right? They tell me when they want to have meetings. So I'm like, well, I'll be here and I'll open the building. And so when you have 20, 30, 50, I think, right, Mr. Willis? But we've had upwards of 50 people in here on their off time at night, and they won't get out after 2 hours. I'm turning off the lights and they won't leave. And they're up on the board and they're writing stuff down and they're talking to each other and they're brainstorming. And it's very inspiring to watch that, because if you build it, they will come, right? People want to have voices. People want to be heard. They want to be part of something. They have great ideas. So to those that stuck it out for all 3 meetings, some could only make 2 because this week was a little rough trying to find time, I know, for a lot of people, but they're ready to go full blast come January again, and so many great ideas, and a lot of leaders within that group. So people are stepping up, and team leaders, and with their great ideas. So just thank you to all of those people who have volunteered to serve on it, and the people who aren't even on it who are coming and showing up anyway because they want to have a voice in this district. So we'll keep publishing those, and we'll keep opening the door for as many meetings as they want to have, and continue to talk. Correct, yep. Correct. Yes, they want to learn. So I think as we watch this go through, this isn't about just the CAPA. We're doing budget and finance for Judson from now until eternity, right? So build this system and this process and this place where people can come to work on finances all the time, because this isn't something that's ever going to go away. We're always going to want people's input for next year's budget and the year after and the year after and the year after. So for those who have given up all their time, thank you so much, and looking forward to reconvening with you guys after January and letting you guys go do the work that you guys are doing. And we're just here to open the door and help facilitate and answer questions that we can. So, Mr. Willis, I gave him a bunch of data, so he's super happy. I gave him like 63 pages of numbers, and yeah, he's already gotten through it. I'll find you something else to analyze. So, yes, that's all I have, and I'm gonna turn it over to Doc for a few, and happy everything for the next 3 weeks, right? There's lots of things to celebrate, lots of different cultures, lots of everything. So whatever it is you are celebrating, find something. And if it's nothing, go find something to celebrate over the next 3 weeks. Enjoy time with your family. So, but I'm gonna turn over to Doc.
Thank you so much.
Let you close us out.
I would just say that I was in closed session and I started looking at some of the names of the people that are going. Alyssa and Lisa Cooper, Alice Enfinger, Ruben Moreno, Andrew Holmes, and Monica Garcia, and Nicole Taganoff. These are people that I've developed relationships with. I will miss, and I wish you the best as you go towards whatever you're going, if it's another position, retirement, or what have you. Judson is better because you guys were here. Thank you. To everybody in the district that may be listening, apparently there's thousands of people online now. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Please unplug. Please kind of disconnect during the holidays. Get some rest. And let's come back ready to finish out strong. Thank you guys for everything that you do. We appreciate you all. Merry Christmas.
There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 9:16 p.m.